701 chapters. Currency hegemony will be on the meeting. Many generals had a heated debate. Ren Jiaozi, without a backbone, intended to see it is impossible to unify. At the beginning, everyone was able to argue with reason, but later it became a dispute of position, and there was a tendency to fight first if there was a big disagreement. In short, in the end, a large force of more than 3,000 people left and went to the Mongolian grasslands. The remaining 11,000 people stayed in the big camp and sent envoys to Jinzu for surrender. Tang Yuozhen, such as the ministry of the team, returned to Jinzu. They have already completed the handover ceremony. Therefore, Tang Yuozhen came back in vain. Not too indifferent, dog and death, plus the last king, also a military surrender. The next step is to go to each city occupied, then still the people and the disaster relief. A huge northeast, more than 2 million square kilometers of territory this fall. Yuoblet's territory close to the size almost doubled, so that Bosjiang, this time the king territory later than the northeast, also includes a large place in Russia. For example, places like Vladivostok and Sakhalin are currently in the Qing dynasty. With the demise of the Qing dynasty, various places have been attached to Dawa, and these places have naturally become Dawa's territory. Although the territory is large, apart from adding some resource points to Wuchengqing, there are not many other benefits and help. After all, the population here is very small, with a total population of less than 500,000 in a territory of more than 2 million square kilometers, which is so vast and sparsely populated. And before the Little Ice Age passed, this place was not even suitable for emigration. It was too cold. The Bidakang of later generations was still a barren land at this time, and it was not yet suitable for reclamation. Only so, after the weather warms up, Plain and Songjiang Plain can be effectively open air, become the granary. Nanjing. Duo Erdogan died, northeast of the city, after another allegiance. ZZ, Wuchengqing just casually looked at, not harmined. In crossing over a difficult period early, after Nanjing won, he would swell up. The heroes of the world, in his eyes, are like the top sellers. These people died and died, and he would not sigh. This time, Wuchengqing busy approved change papers of the imperial examination. The department cited, among them, one question stumped most of the candidates, and that is how to deal with the inflow of a large amount of silver. White silver exodus of the country is not good, but excessive inflow of silver is actually quite good. This question has puzzled many bigwigs in the cabinet. The question head into the papers. The people of the world also want to see the wisdom. After correcting several papers in a row, Wuchengqing didn't see any answer that made his eyes shine. There are even some very outrageous answers. Some candidates said that the use of silver in foreign trade is prohibited in the future, and it must be exchanged for objects. For this view, Wuchengqing directly gave a 0 point. If the ban on the use of white silver, then all of a sudden you have to scale overseas trade has shrunk more than 80%, Yuob will immediately tens of thousands of unemployment and bankruptcies. The reduction in trade will also have a great impact on Dawa's economy. Correcting all the way, Wuchengqing finally saw an answer that made his eyes shine. Establish a global standard currency. The candidate said that it is entirely possible to extend Dawa's internal standard currency to global trade. At that time, it is stipulated that Dawa's standard currency must be used to purchase Dawa's goods. What if there is no? Don't panic. Just take your bullion and silver bullion to the bank for exchange. Of course, over the process of large huash or to collect certain fees and the cost of fire. In this way, in addition to making a fortune, Dawa's standard currency can also become the universal currency of the world. When Dawa's silver coins became the only standard currency in world trade, the benefits were very, very, very many. For example, if Dawa has no money, the next time the silver coin is minted with more worthless metal, the money will appear out of thin air. If can be enough to grind it and get people to let the world have recognized Dawa banknotes, all currency notes in the future, it would be even better. No money, straining to get away with printing the pictures. Printing money in Dawa is a pitfall to the people of the country, and it is naturally not good. But it's wonderful to use it to cheat foreigners. Of course, the candidate will not be so superficial or so simple. Something indeed. Word of this article very much. Consider the very thoughtful. For example, what if a foreigner takes the banknotes printed by Dower and then comes to Dower to buy goods? There are also solutions in the article. Also, pull out the wool than just to benefit of short visual. Something indeed. The focus of the article is not to pull out of wool. After Dower currency has become the world's standard currency, there are many ways to control foreign economies. Just play a little bit of monetary policy, and the economy of other small countries can collapse. After all, not every country can be as large as Dower, and it has all kinds of products and what it wants. Like some small countries, in order to maximize benefits, they often focus on the export of one or two advantageous commodities. For example, Siam only exports rice to China. Once Dower suppresses these two commodities and increases import tariffs on rice, the economy of Siam will collapse. At that time, Dower will be able to defeat the enemy without fighting, and must honestly agree to any request made by the other party. Otherwise it will wait for the nation's people to lose their jobs and go bankrupt. There are many other methods like this, and there are also more complicated and difficult to resist methods. This article is quite profound. At least Wu Chengqing didn't fully understand it after reading it. But this does not matter. Did not understand. Wu Chengqing also know that they are saying is right, due to his experience more than you. Later dollar hegemony writes, do not like this thing. Although the US dollar has not completely become the only standard currency, just pegging to oil is enough for the US dollar to do many things. People in later generations often said that if the United States had no money, it could print money and scalp wool. This argument is of course very superficial and not so easy. However, the United States is indeed a real dollar hegemony can be used to get a lot of benefits. Specifically how to operate. Wu Chengqing not an economist, he really do not know much. Not too okay, not that the eyes have such a thing. You can reach keen to discover the hegemonic role of money. The absolute talent are full score, hand-picked champion. The candidate's other subjects and even other topics can be ignored. And Wu Chengqing directly selected him as the undergraduate champion. Economists like this, let alone Dower, are extremely rare in the world. He.'s thinking, and ordinary people have a great deal of difference. It can be said that this is a kind of talent, a talent that cannot be learned by the day after tomorrow. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 702 chapter 2nd division held Yongxing 4 years. The second Dower Imperial ended. When the final list is determined, it caused some controversy. The overall performance of the number one scholar Wu Kezhang is not outstanding, and can only be regarded as a midstream of more than 200 ginchli. However, he was appointed by the emperor as the champion. Fortunately, this champion is 1 year older than Wu Chengqing, otherwise there must be conspiracy theorists who suspect that this is the emperor's illegitimate son. Even now, some people suspect that there is some kind of relative relationship between them. After all, their surnames are Wu. Of course, for some well-informed people, it is easy to find out the 3 generations of Wu Kezhang's ancestors. It is clear that Wu Chengqing is engraved chapter and no relatives. He has been able to reach a champion. This simply is like the emperor's point. There are certain aspects of outstanding talent. The emperor, the eldest one, he said he wanted Wu Kezhang to be the champion. Although the others were dissatisfied, they could only hold back. Fortunately, the starting point of the champion is not very high. That is, he went to the Department of Finance to report and received the 6th rank. Not less start over other people. Second place and third overall are positive 7 items. Most of them are from the other 8 items Dimithil started. Only a few were able to mix a good 7 items magistrate. Moreover, most of them are county magistrates in remote areas. The magistrates of the top counties in the Jiangnan area do not have their share. With the stability of the political situation, the future promotion channel will be more difficult. Now they can still mix with a 7th rank county magistrate, and I'm afraid they can't even mix with the county magistrate when they wait for the next subject. Official member of the retirement of speed, often cannot keep up examination where admitted speed. There are only so many official positions in the world, and the local government can still increase with territorial expansion, while the rate of increase in the official positions of the central government is much slower. Not before. It is an inevitable trend in the development of a dynasty. Those in the highest imperial examination of the mind is clear, nothing to complain about. At most, that is, regret what had been Wu-Chinking when the uprising did not come defected. By now, everything is too late. Among the Jinshai admitted this time, there are two more special people. Towards one Koreans, Manchu another person. Two people were awarded with the scholar's origin. The same as Jinshai means that their two achievements are not enough to be admitted as Jinshai, but the Emperor's grace has given them a background equivalent to Jinshai. All are Jinshai, but the gap is still very large. At least, he who is now a candidate officials have to wait until there is a vacancy when only their copies. The reason for the admission of two ethnic minorities is to send a signal to those two ethnic groups. That is, Dawa treats them equally and does not bully and enslave them. As long as you study hard, you can enjoy the same treatment as the Han nationality. This attitude can appease the elites in those two ethnic groups. Ordinary people of the two races still like to integrate into Dawa, because they have gained tangible benefits. However, the interests of the original aristocracy and the elite of the two clans were greatly deprived. These people must be dissatisfied with Dawa in their hearts. The admission of candidates from the two ethnic groups as the same Jinshai is a kind of comfort and gives them a little hope of being an official. Otherwise, these people will definitely be unwilling to do things again. He who engage in things like mosquito bites, not hurt, but I can sick people uncomfortable. More mosquitoes will also affect the normal development of Dawa. Go to his mother's 8-part essay. In a restaurant, a few failed candidates drank alcohol and sprinkled alcohol madly. Ha ha, brother, you also suffer this loss. I thought I was the only one who suffered. Another failed candidate laughed at himself. He had these people, by scores of admitted candidates study found a surprising fact. That is, those who are stereotyped article to performance are poor. One more important point is that this year's 8-legged articles are rated extremely strict. In previous years, it was possible to get 90 points of 8-piece essays, but only 60 points in this section. The purpose is obviously that the court continues to suppress the weight of the 8-legged essay, and let those who specialize in the 8-legged essay fall off the list. On the surface, 8-part essay is still as important as physical chemistry, but in fact, physical chemistry, as long as you study hard and get a score of 95 points, is more interesting. But the 8-legged essay, no matter how well it is written, will last 6 to 70 points. As a result, candidates who specialize in stereotyped essays suffer a dark loss. Can enough people to participate in provincial examinations are not stupid. This little trick of the court, they have a clear picture. Or, the court did not intend to hide it from them at all. It is to use this distinction to force them to change their learning direction and learn more practical skills. I also quasi-prepared to change direction, and I think the most sought after it should be economics. Economics do well as long as the next branch will certainly be able to hire an exception, just as college champion. Another candidate analyzed. Economics is a newly added subject in this imperial examination, and it can be specially added by the court, which naturally shows that the court attaches great importance to it, or is very short of talents in this area. Follow the court needs to go. Try to pick up cheap Azerbaijan. Just like this time in the imperial examination, the number one in economics was only more than 80 points, and as a result, he was hired exceptionally. The number one in other subjects is basically above 95, which is much more difficult. Maybe the weather vane in the next department will change again. 3 years later, the court may have collected talents in this field. Impossible. The court found the gap is still the main way people view imperial, economic talent. Not so easy to make up. The next is certainly also popular subjects. In short, Don't study the stereotypes anymore. This is the subject for stepmothers. Since your majesty started, he has been suppressed and never stopped. I heard that all official documents must be written in spoken and vernacular. It's not allowed to use the essay format of xenobaging. The world is getting worse. This group of losers who did not pass the exam would definitely have opinions on changes in the content and format of the imperial examination. People in the event of loss of defeat when instinctively like to find external causes, shirk responsibility. He certainly do not recognize their own talent and less learning, but due to the eccentricity of the court. Every branch for some people are shouting unfair, that no one will care too much. A lot of people shouting a shout, that the real is also home to the folks an explanation. After all, those elders and fellow villagers worked hard for them to study, and they had no face to face those people when they were not admitted. However, a call unfair, but it can be enough to resolve this embarrassment. He can cross to the folks, do not work hard and did not own scholarship, the court is unfair Afghanistan. It is also due to this reason, even if their mouth shouting injustice, someone even shouted favoritism, the official would not teach them, get them to can. Anyway, he who cannot afford to lift what storms before, and now even more out of the question. There is a high probability that after shouting, he will hide in a corner, continue to study hard, and change direction by the way. Change cannot change the court, you can only change yourself. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 703 chapters draft. Branch after the move. The focus will be placed on the public draft. Eat the likes gossip, commonly known enough support. The royal gossip is clearly better than 100 surname gossip more attractive. Diehua for remarks comparing indulgence. The royal things can be discussed freely. Anyway, Wu Qingqing think that this will not have any bad effects. The more controlled, the people will be curious about the royal privacy. Without knowing the way, more malicious guesses will be generated. Rather than that, it's better to be open and let the people talk a little bit about it. Anyway, it's not a big deal. It is impossible for a few people to chat and think that the emperor has too many women who think that the world is unfair, and then revolt. At present, there is no saying that everyone is equal. The emperor enjoys privileges. That is something that everyone takes for granted. Wu Qingqing do not care. The following people naturally lazy to control. Since then, there are many reports on the draft in gossip newspapers, and the people like to hear these things, and they are curious. Previously they only knew the emperor to the draft. The draft did not know exactly what it is like. And now, if someone is reporting, they can also watch the whole process. He had more curious. More newspapers are published content in this area, the sales guaranteed. Ever since, a field draft made national discussion. Diehwanekdot newspaper. Hangzhou boss businessman Zen, the second daughter of Fang 16 Shenfish harmony of tolerance, flowers and the moon the appearance, poetry and painting, and both dawn, all fine. Description is not off key. The key there illustrator drew a real beauty in it. This portrait invites an expert, and its level is self-evident. Zenchi people do not know is not really like the picture so beautiful, is not over just to see the portrait, so that they will be able to marvel at their heavenly fairy. Mo to this. There is a woman in Shaoxing, whose name is Jing. She started to build porridge with her father when she was 7 years old. And it has been like a day for 10 years. It has declared young beautiful, and some preach in love, filial piety, talent, a great variety of both, quite kind of style iron later set up the taste. Give yourself a pleasing label to get the audience's love. I think Zen's daughter should be elected. It's so beautiful, like a fairy. No, I think it should be the woman named Jing who should be selected. This kind of good caring person. God will bless her to be selected. I have you all pay attention to filial piety. The kneeling for a month before the Buddha, praying for the mother of Liu girl was seeking drugs should be selected. His Majesty the woman, the starting point should be an exemplary role. In tea houses and restaurants, Those boring people are often able to argue over this issue, and even become blushing. Although they competed to win and did not affect the results of the palace's draft, but they are fighting to win or lose. Royal Palace. After 2 rounds of the selection into the final round of the women, there are 40 people. 40 people among the South again, especially not a Southern woman majority, accounting for nearly 2/3. For one thing, because for the South from Nanjing closer and more timely to get the emperor to pick news. In the North Orlingnan area, after learning the news, round of sea elections has already begun, and some people are too late to prepare. Another reason is that women in the North are older and taller than women in the South. Woman, well, nature is more in the better light. Moreover, small Qiao Linlong, innocent girl is the current aesthetic standards. Those who are tall and majestic can be the emperor's bodyguard. In addition to Han women, there is also a Korean girl shortlisted. Southwest, there is also a Hmong sister into the election. Specialty sing folk songs. The election rules, in addition to those scholarship good woman can be selected, there are also specialty me. Of course, that Wu Chengking favorite specialty, kind of like a meal to eat a lot of bowls of rice, or who can cover hundreds of hula hoops. This expertise, it is certainly the game is. Originally, the draft was handled by the queen alone, and the queen had the final say in whoever picked it, and the emperor had no right to intervene. Not before. Wu Chengking did not follow this rule. After all, Chen Yuan is not the roundworm in his stomach. He certainly doesn't know his real taste. It is inevitable to choose some he doesn't like, and let go of those he likes. Even with Chen Yuan's careful eyes, Wu Chengking was worried that she deliberately chose some ordinary people, so that he would look down on them, and then he would spend more time by her side. This is absolutely possible, and this kind of thing has happened in history. Some queens' natal families are powerful, and the emperor also needs to compromise. Fortunately, Wu Chengking not, so he can break the rules, personally came to the hall. When everyone saw Wu Chengking, many people were nervous to die. This is the emperor, who controls the life and death of millions of people in the world, and all of a bowed head, not daring to look the emperor. Raise your head, raise your head. How can your majesty see your face when you lower your head? When Feng Dibao said so, those people raised their heads quickly. I finally got to this point. Except for a few people, most of them hoped to be selected. In this case, Ding Wanjun, who was still bowing her head, looked more eye-catching. Why are you still bowing your head? Wu Chengking say one thing, do not know Ding Wanjun. Wu Chengking is at the point in his own name until reminded Von Depot. She looked frightened. The emperor was talking to her, which made her feel nervous. This is the emperor, and only the people of this age can feel the weight contained in these 2 words. Not to mention ordinary people, even those officials who were met by Wu Chengking for time, may have their legs shaking with tension. This is very normal. After all, the man in front of him can punish himself at any time, even kill himself, or even destroy his own clan. Ordinary people face reaction to Wu Chengking, just as the face of reaction when the gods are similar with fear and trepidation. Wu Chengking asked her if she did not know how to answer, or even do not want to worry about their thoughts. See through the emperor's palace, was scared to death. Fortunately, Feng Dibao felt relieved and said, Your Majesty, she is probably nervous. This is a very reasonable answer, and Wu Chengking also thinks it should be so. Not before. After Ding Wanjun looked up, be amazing to Ding Wanjun appearance a bit. If stunning is 95 points, then the Ding Wanjun in front of him will have 98 points. On the surface, they are almost the same. But if you observe carefully, you will feel that she is different. Wu Chengking cannot find words to describe the difference between Ding Wanjun and other women, but the inner feeling it will not lie. Among the many women, this is the only one that can make him tempted at a glance. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 704 Chapter 10 Beauty. Subsequently, these women were divided into 2 groups. A dial is to take the test, another call is talent show. Test into a sit. The answer began to pick up a pen, and Wu Chengking is in the hall to another. watching other people's talent show. Currently there is a lack of entertainment, or some entertainment items are not suitable for Wu Chengqing to play. He can't go out of the palace to watch football matches often. Therefore, choosing a talented woman can relieve the lack in normal times. There are quite a lot of people who choose acting talents, and there are a total of 18 people. As for the level, it is rather uneven. Some people or promise an early age by his family praise, and lack of contrast. They feel that their talent is good, and then to show oneself in front of Wu Chengqing. In fact, their level is not a little bit worse than that of real masters. They can only be said to be introductory. And some people have really worked hard, and they know that they have been trained since they were young, and maybe they have been beaten a lot because of this. A woman dance in which his own Demon Rao performance of the best, a lot of extra points. Wu Chengqing make a note of Feng Depo. Feng Depo will know. This lucky woman was selected. This woman, when Wu Chengqing's kidneys are tired, can do some go-go dancing. There is also a woman who is good at playing the piano, and Wu Chengqing is also attracted to her. Tone music well, Wu Chengqing has been more like. This kind of ancient music rhythm is also a kind of enjoyment. Singing, dancing, painting and calligraphy are all normal talents. There are also some very rare talents, such as jiu-jitsu, which depends on talent. There is the circumference of the woman in front of Wu Chengqing show the flexibility of a body. The people who do not like a bone, like how twisted twist, like how to turn, like a snake demon are kind. Wu Chengqing also accepted this. The opponent's almost enchanting talent might be able to play some special tricks on the bed. After the beauties enjoy too much, he can be curious. Of course, the most important thing is that this person is also beautiful. Can reach million people from entering the primaries, but also stand out from the thousands of people, among the 40 strong. To this point, all are beautiful. Another one also depends on talent to win. Her tongue is very long, much longer than normal, and she can almost lick her eyes when she stretches out. So terrifying. Wu Chengqing decided to accept this kind of monster by himself so as not to let it out to harm others. Most people can't afford it. Only arts talent here. Wu Chengqing forehand picked candidates, others were eliminated. 18 into 4, this elimination rate is quite high. Those who were selected are naturally full of joy, and those who are not selected can only be secretly hurt. Also promised some women like Tong Xiang, Ding Wenjun as ideals. Pursue, we do not want to enter the palace. However, most women are eager to enter the palace, and once the pheasant turns into a phoenix. After entering the palace, everything is possible, and it is possible to become a queen, the mother of the world. This is the highest height a woman can reach, and there are certainly not a few women who have fantasized about this position. After reading only arts display, there are also written almost over. Test is only symbolic. Wu Chengqing was not any intention to pick yourself a champion lady. So that the real questions are relatively simple. Common sense is that some problems, such as the earth is round or square, the boiling point of water is the number of degrees, like why apple will fall from the trees. Anyone who is willing to recite a month or two can get a high score or full score. Not over, even this problem. Some people duck test. Ding Wenjun, a test of 0 people. Wu Chengqing also drunk. After the Yuob so many times Xuan Qun, the earth is round. This knowledge, people will read newspapers should know. The results of this Ding Wenjun, even this question have picked a square. If others test 0, that would be nothing to that. It is eliminated. There is no shortage of such big-minded women in the palace. But the problem is that Ding Wenjun happened to be what he liked, and it was very beautiful. Ever since, Wu Chengqing picked her elected. As for the so-called examination, make a way for people of the world to see on the line. Of course, in order to look more similar, the woman who got a perfect score on the test and took place was also selected. The same time, the North Korean woman, Miao women are also directly elected. It was said that it was looking for a woman, but everything about the emperor would affect the whole world, so this is not his personal business. and many aspects need to be considered. The selection of North Korean women and Hmong women is to send a signal of equal treatment. This means that Fusang did not send one to participate in the election, otherwise he would basically be selected. So that side is not to say do not want to just say a time to find a Chinese dialect, and beautiful, and people who understand etiquette, not an easy task. At the end of the draft, Wu Qingqing selected 10 in total. He felt a little too much. But Feng Debao said it was too little. Anyway, you can choose it first, and you can say otherwise if you are not favored. Not before. Wu Qingqing, after all, is not that done. The people on the election, but also throw in Chuxiu. It is too cruel a bit. Might as well put them to leave, to go to find a good home folk. Full score is Xu Butang Yiliu, National Beauty Danxian Ding Won Jun, Korean Original Jin Xuxian, Boneless Snake Demon Quixi Angan, Talented Fang Zitao, Looks Like Ancestor Liu Pioksu, Godlike Mani Uning Kayu, The Strongest Dancer Lai Tan Jiao, Jin's Master Gao Jianxian, Miao Bailing Ma Shengxai. Feng Debao announced the final list, and suddenly some people were happy and some were worried. For example, Pang Feiyan, she studied hard for more than a month, but unfortunately her talent was really limited. She didn't learn much knowledge, her test scores were poor, and there was no other special place, and she finally lost the election. This more than a month, or the preparations for the past 2 years, have been wasted. This blow was also quite big for her. There is also the tranquil fragrance of Shaoxing. Her father spent a lot of money to buy public opinion and created her image of a dutiful son, but it did not achieve any results. Wu Qingqing better tomorrow, where there is time to see the kind of entertainment newspaper. Moreover, even if he saw it, he would not choose based on the filial piety or filial piety of the other party. There are countless people in the palace rushing to filial piety in his old mother, and tranquil fragrance is needed to be filial. You most boring those not losing, but Dingwen Jun. She examination during trial, has deliberately got 2-0, the result was to be selected. The beauty can be broken. Long and beautiful, you can ignore all the rules. Ding Wanjun finally understood that the emperor's so-called golden mouth and jade words would only take effect when it was beneficial to the emperor. When it's against the emperor, it's a fart. This made her very melancholy and worried. Listen, say, if not happy to wait on the emperor, it may suffer. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers in the Ming Dynasty collection. My build aircraft carriers in the Ming Dynasty update speed quickly. 705 chapters Ultimate Body Experience. Wu Qingqing feel the ancient emperor really does not play. The only flower like, it was a little Jut Shire rule in, blindfolded arrests, or the leopard and the like. Now he became emperor, he is naturally going to play a flower like. The flop, go to the fucking flop. This way is too boring. Wu Qingqing people made a big turntable into the same size 10 division, then turn the dial, then let him throw darts standing in the distance, which darts shot, which graced tonight. If the dart happens to be nailed to the line of 2 grids, you can make the 2 come together. In this way, every result is full of unknowns. Wu Qingqing can throw themselves also have to make von Bora throw, can easily find a maid to throw. He also made a lottery machine with 10 small ball numbers corresponding to these 10 beauties. Then the engine, and then the small ball that jumped out first determines who will be favored at night. Of course, this is a way to play occasionally. In the flat, he was to your liking based, free to choose. Like Ding Wanjun and Quixi Angan, he prefers to order, so he must have more luck. Like Kim Soo-hyun, Tang Yiliu this political task, and occasionally once or twice, to complete the task can be, after continued look at the situation, and if they are able to discuss their own favor, after the more favored few. If you can't, then you can be left out. This is the fate after entering the palace, and a group of people are destined to be left out. This is just a trick on the flop. Usually, you can organize these long and beautiful legs for a fashion show and model show. In my previous life, I could go to the scene to see Victoria's Secret. In this life, I can only watch a few Ming Dynasty secrets to make up for my regrets. passed and did not go to see beach bikini sea for themselves. This life can only get an artificial beach out in the palace, and let these ladies show women wearing bikinis to an intense beach volleyball. Wu Chengqing was quite fond of sports competition. He really just to watch. The palace watching inconvenient point in the palace to beach volleyball would not hurt. In his previous life, he didn't know what a Haitian banquet was. In this life, he could organize a Haitian banquet that belonged to him. As it happens, the weather in Nanjing is also getting warmer. Into the night, Ding Wanjun was to be favored. This is called, the more you want, the more you don't get, and the more you don't want. Others look forward to the stars and the moon and look forward to the emperor's favor. The only one who does not want to be favored, is to be favored. No matter how unhappy she was in her heart, Ding Wanjun dared not show it and tried her best to cater to it. After all, this one in front of you can make her family go to heaven with one mouth, and can also make her family go full of slashes. Can't afford to offend, really can't afford to offend. Although she was hiding well, Wu Chengqing had seen more people, and his ability to see people was not what it used to be. From the look of attitude Ding Wanjun state, he felt Ding Wanjun hard to resist. However, this just stimulated him and made him like lynxing Ding Wanjun even more. Well man, more or less happy joy bitchy. It's boring to be completely obedient. He was happy that clearly do not like their own. They can only yield to cater to their own people. In-depth analysis, experts will say that this is a desire for power, and the desire for control is at fault. It is not that Wu Chengqing is a bad person. After giving Ding Wanjun a not so good experience, Wu Chengqing fell asleep. There is no need to communicate afterwards to make each other happy. This made Ding Wanjun initially feel the sinister palace. The next day, in broad daylight, Wu Chengqing lunch break, suddenly to the mood. The next throw darts. Subsequently, the boneless snake demon Xiangan was sent over. It's another fascinating experience. People with different talents can often do things that others can't. Exhausted New Jia, and His Majesty Hai do not like joy. Unlike Ding Wanjun, Xiangan can be much more active, can act coquettishly, and be cute. The otaku of later generations can't resist this kind of tenderness at all. Also Luz now Wu Chengqing have become accustomed to, in order to resist or to reward. Later generations are too lucky to talk about girlfriends, and they must always pay attention to the emotional changes of the other party, take care of them and so on. But now, Wu Chengqing wants to be nice to a woman, with simple and rude methods, and rewards are over money, treasures, fame and fortune. What you want, directly reward. And those women really like these rewards. They enter the palace for these rewards. In the evening, Wu Chengqing has graced the same time Pioxu and Liu Ningkayu. The appearance and charm of these two are similar to the two famous Hong Kong stars in later generations, and Wu Chengqing has also watched many of their movies. What a Ghost Girl, City Hunter, Sweet Honey and so on. Like many otakus, after watching a movie, they always fantasize about it. Unfortunately, at most I can only think about it. But now, Wu Chengqing can bring two people who were once out of reach together under his command, play together, play role-playing and the like. I want to give you two given names. You'll call the ancestral Yin, you'll call Maggie Chung. How kind. Nice bar. Wu Chengqing again play his bad taste, others renamed. Of course nice, New Jia Hai Huan is. Liu Pioxu said, isn't it nice? The emperor got the name, who would dare to say it, and then say, can be given names. It is partly explained by the emperor to himself impressed, this is a good thing. After the emperor has more women, it is very difficult to be favored often. Even there are many women who have been lucky enough by the emperor, and the emperor will not have the impression. Can be enough to impress the heart of the emperor. The emperor wanted after a woman, thought is certainly their chances are greatly increased. Lynxing, a good thing. In the next period of time, Tang Yiliu, Jin Xuxian, Asoxi and others were also lucky. I am here to lead by example and lead the trend of women's reading. It is also to appease all forces, for the stability of the world. It is really difficult for me. Wu Qingqing said. That's why it's good to be an emperor. If a man in later generations has a relationship with so many women, he can't go wrong with a scumbag and he won't wrong a good person. But now, Wu Qingqing can be so hypocritical. He and those women hair-student relationship, indeed the real world common to it. Should draft. In order to Anfu Wenchen, choosing Tang Yiliu is to lead the fashion trend and let more women go to school. Lin Xian Jin Xuxian, Asosai, is to appease the forces in remote areas, so that the world less turmoil. Even if it is fortunate to other people, it is to let the royal have more heirs and let the people of the world feel at ease. Well, yes, that's it. With love for the world, Wu Qingqing feels a little great. When he thought of this, a thunder suddenly sounded in the clear sky. Believing in science, he didn't panic at all, and quickly let people install a lightning rod. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 706 chapters. Civil officials to launch in attack. Chongzhen said before hanging. The world Fumio Jik kill. Wu Qingqing felt when his day in bed to get up, the pot can be thrown to the civil officials, say the same thing. He feels that his self-control is not bad, but he can't stop these many amorous feelings. Each one has a peerless appearance, and more importantly, each one is so unique. Just put one in the next generations, it is the existence of tens of thousands of people kneeling and licking, and now they are all concentrated here. It is too much to eat. It is really too much to eat. Old Feng. The number of points I remember the next day provision for once, than to stop my. Wu Qingqing said. Feng Dibao wanted to cry without tears, and gave him 10 courage. He didn't dare to stop when the emperor wanted a woman. However, it is really embarrassing for Wu Qingqing to make such a request now. In the memorial pavilion number received every day, generally in a fixed range inside. Fumiomi can clear enough to know how many memorials emperor recently dealt with how much government. A few days after the draft, Wu Qingqing's memorials dealt with were significantly reduced, and the cabinet's decision-making was significantly increased. The ministers all smiled at each other knowingly, and everything was silent. Not too. How many days they could not happy, and soon, Wu Qingqing resumed work as usual, so the ministers almost vomit blood. The emperor does not make them comfortable. They will not want to let the emperor comfortable. He had also planned to launch later time inverted Lu action, but this time they have been tempted. Supervisor Li Bing took the lead and impeached Lu Guingzi's illegal behavior last year. Wu Wenqingqing see the memorial. I was slightly taken aback. This is the crime of deceiving the emperor, which is extraordinary. This is different from the last time Lu Guingzi robbed women. It can be said that he wanted to honor the emperor with all his heart, and at least he reported up the rebellion, but only concealed some details. And now, Lu Guingzi is good at killing Nanming's messenger. It is purely for his own self-interest. Moreover, it was completely concealed afterwards and was not reported. Not only that, in order to conceal the truth, a large number of insiders were killed in Kunming. Although those people were still enemies at the time, Dao's regulations did not allow random killings if the other party did not resist. Last year, he was promoted to the rank of army commander because Lu Guingzi killed Nanming and killed Zhu Yulang. Now that he has done this kind of thing, it is really a bit of a slap in the face. Let the people from the intelligence bureau check it out. Wu Qingqing one-hand intelligence agency to secretly investigate, on the other hand letting censorate intervention, top-wronged approach. The conclusion will be more just and more. He who's real have believed Bing says content, after all, too detailed, but Bing also said categorically that he have a witness and physical evidence, apparently come prepared. If there is no evidence, people in the Metropolitan Procuratorate would not dare to impeach a commander who holds a large army of tens of thousands. This is already a senior military attaché of Dao, than his official higher vocational Ambrose III Li Xiaobin, who has basically no matter what, do not deal with specific things. So, as he had this level of military attaché commander, it is already the most powerful group of Dao military attaché. To prevent accidents, Wu Qingqing Lu Guingzi transferred to Beijing to accept the investigation. All are looking for an excuse not tell their truth. In case Guji jump the wall, point the accident trouble. Although this possibility is extremely small, it is impossible for the people below to rebel with Lu Guangzhou. However, Wu Chengqing still being prepared, let guards stepped up vigilance in Nanjing. Wu Chengqing some worry, Lu Guangzhou thought things decline, excitedly on the back to Nanjing, then being held up, people with hearing and censorate intelligence agency. This posture shocked Lu Guangzhou. Although the intelligence bureau had never moved the army before, it did not mean that he did not know how powerful the intelligence bureau was. Moreover, the people of the Metropolitan Procuratorate and the military are also innately at odds with each other. After the other party's surface identity, Lu Guangzhou knew that something was very bad, and it must have been revealed that the assassination of the envoy of Nanming had been revealed. Except for this incident, he has not done other serious bad things. Although he also used his authority to accept some bribes, they were all trivial matters. Even if they are known, they are still accountable within the military. In the army, he has a strong personal relationship, and the accountability within the army can be opened up. Now it is the Metropolitan Procuratorate and the Intelligence Bureau who are interrogating him, so there is nothing to talk about. Commander Lu, know why we are looking for you. Yu Shi-Haking, the left deputy of the Metropolitan Procuratorate, sneered. I don't know. I want to see your majesty and sue you for arresting people without authorization. I am the commander of the 5th Army of the Dowa, and I have accomplished a lot. Are you Xiao qualified for interrogation? Lu Guangzhou said. Commander Lu does not need to be excited. The man next to me is Mr. Qin Fengqin, the deputy director of the Intelligence Bureau. In other words, arresting you means your majesty. So you don't need to call to see your majesty. Your majesty doesn't want to see you at this time, High King said. His words were like a heavy hammer, which hit Lu Guangzhou's chest fiercely. As long as the emperor supports him, he is not afraid of anything. But now the emperor wants to take him, so he has lost the greatest support. Although he wanted to show his calmness, the sweat on his forehead had already betrayed his heart. Sure, you have the traitor into the calumny. Blinded St. Listen. Qin Juchang, I beg you to intercede on behalf of His Majesty. I want to see the Emperor side, personally self-defense. Lu Guangzhou said that he wanted to go to Wu Chengqing to complain and plead. As long as the Emperor is willing to pardon him, then everything is easy. The big deal is lost, but at least he can save his life. Commander Lu, as long as you explain the problem truthfully, your majesty will make his own decision on how to deal with it at that time. Thunder, rain, and dew are all your grace. Qin Fen did not agree to Lu Guangzhou's request. Wu Chengqing will not be spared. Lu Guangzhou, that he did not know, nor interested to know. He just wanted to clarify the circumstances surrounding the case. HMPH. I don't know what to explain. I was wronged. I want to see the emperor. Lu Guangzhou's words left Qin Fen speechless, and he saw too many people like this. Everyone is shouting to see the emperor, not to mention that this request is outrageous. Even if you see it, what can you do? Sin shall suffer the penalty. This cannot escape. Master Lu, you don't need to be stubborn anymore. Without full assurance, how could we arrest someone? We know everything about you intercepting and killing the envoy of Nanming in Wazi last year. Letting you speak now is nothing more than a complete confession. That is not what you say. We have sufficient witnesses and evidence condemn you. Feel free to confess if you want to suffer less. High King persuaded. However, this kind of persuasion is useless at all. Lu Guangzhou was too clear about this set of them, and he would definitely die if he said that. Not to mention there was hope, in case they were frightening people. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 707 chapters by avoiding much of their. After all, Lu Guangzhou was the leader of an army, and he was much more powerful than someone like a servant. So, censorate and intelligence people's news agency did not torture him, but to come up with evidence, one by one correction. Seeing that the other party really showed evidence, the beads of sweat on Lu Guangzhou's forehead increased. Not before, he still refused to plead guilty. It's hard to turn around after confessing guilt, and if you don't confess guilt, you can still wait for others to rescue you. He has been in the army for so long, and he is not without a friend. When the outside world learned that Lu Guangzi had been arrested, Wang Deong was also quite surprised. As for the old boss Lu Guangzi, but rather honor him before Lu Guangzi, this time certainly cannot stand idly by. Therefore, Wang Deong used some of his own relationship to inquire about the situation, and finally learned about Lu Guangzi's killing of the messenger. This made him angry. If Lu Guangzi had no problem and was framed by civil servants, he would definitely run hard. It's not just him, the whole military will give him his head. Even if Lu Guangzi committed some trivial matters such as corruption and bribery, he could go to Wu Qingqing to help and plead. Vapid Wu Qingqing scolded Meal to protect the Lu Guangzi down. However, now Lu Guangzi committed the crime of deceiving the emperor, which embarrassed him. This time again running for each other, and are we going to work against the emperor? Lu Guangzi was just his former subordinate, not his son. In terms of relationship, Wu Qingqing's relationship with him is better. Had it not been for Lu Guangzi's former subordinate, Wang Deong would have taken the lead in requesting severe punishment for such bullies. Today, Wang Deong can be enough to do, that is, Lu Guangzi family under notice. When Lu Guangzi's family heard this news, it was naturally thunderous and felt that the sky was about to fall. The crime of deceiving the emperor is a felony of ransacking a family and annihilating a clan. Now not only Lu Guangzi is in trouble, but his family is also a fish on the chopping board. Life and death are involuntary. His sin basically been set. The only thing you can do is to plead His Majesty, to fight like a punishment exile, exempt from death. Wang Deong reminded. But I have to see how can His Majesty. Lu Guangzi's son looked desperate. He relied on his father to become a battalion commander, and his ability was quite ordinary. This time, a father accident, he panicked, did not assertive. Well, you may be able to ask Libai. Wang Deong continued to give pointers. Libai is also Miaoping, the woman Lu Guangzi snatched to offer to Wu Qingqing. Although the background is not very glamorous, but also very much to Wu Qingqing's like, became a concubine a little lower than the concubine. In addition, Wu Qingqing gave birth to a son. No matter how bastard Lu Guangzi is, from Miaoping's perspective, Lu Guangzi is always kind to her. Without Lu Guangzi, she would be just an ordinary concubine, and her family would not have the opportunity to live in Nanjing and enjoy the top glory and wealth. Now that the benefactor is in trouble, it is always a little unreasonable if he does not rescue him. Of course, it depends on what Miaoping thinks. Even if she sits on the sidelines and protects herself, others can't help her. After getting advice, Lu Guangzi's son went to Miao's house. Of course he is not qualified to go to the palace to see Miaoping, so he can only ask Miaoping's mother to help her spread the word. Favors are too great. Even though Miaoping's family is extremely unwilling to engage in this kind of thing, it is not easy to refuse. No, it is. Lu break the death, go around advertising their products. Miao ungrateful. They'll also people called to stay in Nanjing. Subsequently, Miaoping's mother Propolis, let Miaoping know about it. This makes Miaoping very embarrassed. Her position in the palace is not high. If able to reach this level, mingled concubine, or eldest son is born, or born a little better, she can go before the emperor needed to blow off Johnson. However, she was just a concubine, and she gave birth to a second son. Although Wu Qingqing had before one of only 2 sons, but a step slow, is worthless. Due to the values of this era, she finally chose to see Wu Qingqing. Then, I asked about it. You don't want to get involved with this kind of thing, lest you get into it too. Wu Qingqing put the word Miaoping, too scared to say anything else. Wu Qingqing, this is not alarmist, he felt, would take few Miaomi make a fuss about it. At that time, in order to completely kill Lu Guangzi, maybe these guys will pick up old accounts and shake out Miaoping's affairs. At that time, Miaoping's origins will be a stain. Miaoping back shrink. No matter what Lu Guangzi's kindness to her, she now are to protect themselves and their children, and their families as the most important. Moreover, Lu Guangzi had forcibly taken her into captivity after all, and it was also completely out of selfishness and the purpose of exploiting her. This kindness is not great either. Outside, there were quite a few people who wanted to rescue Lu Guangzi at first. However, as soon as he heard that Lu Guangzi had committed the crime of deceiving the emperor, 9 out of 10 people were scared back. Everyone's kindness is closely related to the price that needs to be paid. Advise others to learn this kind of kindness without cost, and everyone is willing to do it. Giving alms to beggars requires a price, and the number of people willing to do so has plummeted. If the price is higher, the quantity will be smaller. Lu Guangzi was guilty of deceiving the emperor, so he rushed to save it, or he might get in. This price is far beyond what others can afford. For a time, many people avoided the Lu family, and hid behind closed doors for Lu Guangzi's son's request. The factual evidence of Lu Guangzi's crime is conclusive and full of personal and material evidence. It can be said that his matter has been basically qualitative. However, out collapsed Lu Guangzi, not Fumiomi. Their true intentions engage collapse Lu Guangzi. It has no meaning for them. He had just wanted this thing by Lu Guangzi, prove the need to regulate the military, needs renovation. Then they can reach into the army and seize the power of the army. So, soon a memorial was handed to the cabinet. Memorials to the Wu Chengqing request Jianjun system set up, chaired by Wenchen Jianjun, supervised the army of all violations. As soon as this memorial came out, the military suddenly burst. Also loss of Wu Chengqing now is strong military, not recklessly. No is the case. They might have the same portrait previous Zhuo Liang, shouting loudly King Jun side, with the army hit Nanjing, forcing Wu Chengqing put to death. Those suggestions of the civil officials. The establishment of the military supervision system violates the core interests of the military. He who fight to the death against the enemy on the battlefield, only to stand up, got his present position. He wants them returned to the Ming dynasty, is free to return to the kind of Fumiomi just the right situation. They are absolutely not agree. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 708 chapters. Military's anger. Unreasonably, none of these civil servants is a good thing. Will you hand 3 directly to the cup smashed smashes? The military thing is so irritable. Commander, I must immediately ask to see His Majesty must not let those civilian blinded st listen. Other officers who were still staying in Nanjing expressed their loyalty to see Wu Chengqing. He had to let Wu Chengqing know, Lu Guangzi only a very individual phenomenon, they cannot represent the military. Li Xiaobin did not speak. He was quite worried. The positive that the birds do, good bow, Jia dead, stooges cooking. As it is today, it is basically peaceful, except for one Sichuan, it is almost invincible. Moreover, even if there are enemies, relying on absolute weapon superiority, anyone can be sent to win the battle. That is to say, the high-ranking officers, in fact, is not so important. It can even be said to be a burden on the empire. At this time, the emperor's favorite thing to do is to find an excuse to kill the hero. Although Wu Chengqing has never done such a thing for the time being, who knows if he will do it in the next moment. Prior to let Wu Chengqing peace of mind, 3 of them commander, 3 veterans have taken the initiative of requesting a back seat, do some other auxiliary work, no longer go directly to frontline troops. The purpose is to show loyalty and release the signal that one has no ambition. However, he had influence over the military is always still no matter what the emperor, and my heart may not be assured. Therefore, Liu and Han 3 very different anger. Li Xiaobin considerable Buddha. He doesn't want to care about this. He would rather lose his prestige in the army and concentrate on being his Yasukuni in the future. It's all because I was too indulging in him before. I will tell him tomorrow and let him beg for death and apologize. Wang Daong, this only aware of the importance of the issue at this time, is not to save Lu Guangzi problem, but must Lu Guangzi dead. Fumiomi willing to put to Lu Guangzi, military people will never again let him go. Because for him, and now leads the military court in big trouble. Due to Lu Guangzi misdeeds, resulting in a great loss of the image of their military, in the eyes of the people became arrogant and despotic. Do whatever they exist. You know, the civilian officials not only made memorials, but also used newspapers to announce some military misdeeds, inciting the people's emotions, and making the people disappointed in the army. This does not make sense. Talk of the town. You'd have a word. Yeah, tomorrow we will ask to see the palace. Now let's unify under advice. Liu Hansan said. What am I talking about? The biggest problem right now is that your majesty is worried that our military people will deceive and act arbitrarily, afraid that we will have two minds. At this time, if we still show such unity, wouldn't it add fuel to the fire and make your majesty even more jealous? Li Shobin is not good airway, although it is true that he does not want to be mixed up. His words are also very reasonable. This time the military performance of the more unity, the emperor will be more worried. Incompatibility between civil and military, incompatibility between land and sea, and incompatibility between military regions. These are the emperor's favorite states. The less united the people below, the more they need to rely on the emperor's power, and the stronger Wu Chengqing's throne will be. On the contrary, if the people below are united, it will be difficult for the emperor to sleep peacefully. Then just sit and wait for death. Liu Han 3 cursed. It's too bad to be either left or right. This kind of manipulation of power, these people are really inferior to the civil servants. All of them are sad. Otherwise, I have taken the initiative to request His Majesty to establish regulatory mechanisms, but the person in charge of regulatory requirements must be our military people. One step back, must also be the Ministry of War who, in short, is not agreed to let people censorate supervise the army, said Liao Yu, Chief of Staff of the division. This time, the military did not make any concessions for fear that it would not be able to pass this test. So Liao Yujian proposed a retreat, decentralization initiative. As long as it is not in the hands of civil servants, it is still acceptable. Let the military supervise itself. Although there will be no way to be so cool in the future, at least it is a family. If something goes wrong, it can be solved internally, so that civilians will not take the opportunity to make trouble. Moreover, Liao Yu also felt that some madmen in the army really needed to be supervised. Some people in the army often do not follow the rules, which is always a hidden danger. If there was another Guangzi incident next time, it would be too ridiculous. This kind of thing is clearly discrediting their military. This plan is feasible. Let us supervise ourselves, Li Shobin said. A multi-layer monitoring mechanism to Ambrose 3 knows like, but to date, he cannot. If he had the military not to make concessions to the point, those few Miomi surely die bite and hold. If Wu Chengqing was suspicious, it would be true. After everyone agreed on the countermeasures, they began to go to the secret store for a meeting. Some people in the military can directly give Wu Chengqing a secret pass without going through the cabinet. Wu Chengqing see the memorial Ambrose third-class people, but also a little bit of a headache. In fact, it is far from easy to solve the problem of military deception. Letting the civilian officials supervise it would make the military an existence dependent on the civilian officials. That would definitely not work. As long as the civilian officials supervise them, they will be able to grasp the handles of the generals, and thus completely control the military. Separation of civil and military, Wu Principal Chengqing, and never allow them to mix together. When Chen lost the support of the military commander, and nothing was done, the military commander lost the planning and help of the civilian ministers, and he could only cause some minor disturbances, and could not affect the foundation of Dao. But once there is a conflict of interests between them, it is prone to collusion. The effect of letting civil officials supervise and letting military commanders supervise themselves is probably extremely limited. Own regulatory own, to have the effect of us to time even out of the question. They also will resolve themselves within the military. The emperor did not want to know, affect the image. In this way, the bully still have a variety of things hiding under. There is another option, and that is to let the eunuchs supervise. 2 prisoners Wu Chengqing slaves. It touches. Do not worry about that, they will serve as civil officials or the military. Security is guaranteed. However, This is also prone to problems. 2. Prison mental still somewhat unusual, so there will be some wonderful moves. Zihuan money work are still a small problem. Afraid someone psychopathic use of power to humiliate generals. General's cold heart. The eunuch and the supervising army will bear great responsibility for the battle of the Three Kingdoms to destroy the Yellow Turban and the change of the Tumor Fortress of Ming dynasty. There are many examples of eunuch supervising army in history, but the effect is not very good. In short, after all, because of the selfish nature of human nature, it is impossible to completely solve the problem of military discipline by relying on the supervision system. Fortunately, Wu Qingqing as an afterworld, according to some of the military approach to future generations, summed up some experience, to develop appropriate measures. Zihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 710 chapters. Local development. Disturbances in the imperial court are also heard in the local area. Not being an official at the local level is to have such a benefit. Some things do not go towards the blending. As long as the local government is well managed, you can get promotion. Songjiang Road, Shanghai Mansion. Today's Songjiang Road, its jurisdiction almost overlaps with the later Shanghai municipalities, including Jiading County, Qingpu County, Jinshan County and other places, which belong to the central government, and the administrative agency is equivalent to the province. The original Shanghai County was also upgraded to a government, under the jurisdiction of Shanghai, Huiting County, and Qingpu County. The prefect of Shanghai is the fourth product, the capital of Shanghai is the fifth product, and the magistrate of Huiting County is the seventh product, which is very different. Ouyang Shiki is currently the capital of Shanghai, and he has been promoted very quickly. Not before, official grade Rouse, but things and tube site actually have not changed, or Shanghai this place. It is even next to the Huiting County, he was not in control. This made Ouyang Shiki very depressed, because the land along the Huangpu River became less and less available. As a result, a large number of workers can only live in Huiting County, where rents are cheaper. Those factory owners and company owners like to build employee dormitories in Huiting County. Building dormitories for employees in Shanghai is too extravagant, and not many companies have built them. However, although Huiting County is close to Shanghai, it is still some distance away. In order to make it easier for employees to commute to and from get off work, Ouyang Shiki discussed with Wang Zhangwu, the magistrate of Huiting County, to build a public carriage route from the workers' residential area in Huiting County to Shanghai. Ouyang Shiki meant that the construction of this route is beneficial to both parties, so of course everyone will pay for the money. Moreover, Shanghai is more affluent, and Ouyang Shiki is willing to take the lead and only needs to share a small part of Huiting County. It is a pity that Wang Zhangwu is a thief. He knew that Ouyang Shiki wanted to build this line to reduce staff commuting time and improve efficiency. So, he did not answer should pay. Not only do not answer should be, but also to Shanghai County to give him some subsidies, or take all the workers out of Huiting County. This rogue appearance made Ouyang Shiki angry, so he directly wrote a book on it, saying that Wang Zhangwu hindered the development of Dowa for his own benefit. Not before. Ouyang Austrian also know that impeachment is not helpful, because as Wang Zhangwu often do impeach him, saying he simply poor areas of development in Shanghai, refused to help around, resulting in too great gap between rich and poor, people of great resentment. Above for such a thing, is often a verbal criticism, do not interfere. After all, this kind of thing is not easy to manage, the public is justified, and the mother-in-law is justified. Regardless of who is biased, the other party has opinions. Speaking of which, Ouyang Shiki did not take advantage of the surrounding counties. The use of geographical advantages made workmanship industrial products make big money, then buy the surrounding county of cheap farm products. Zhu side of the county jealous of Shanghai's ability to make money, you want to point up the price of agricultural products. Ouyang Austrian dare to go directly to other places of imports, the Huating County and Qingpu County magistrate. He joined the RFU. Of course, Ouyang Shiki has his reason to do this. In his words, it is to concentrate resources to develop advantageous areas, so that some people will get rich first, and then the rich first will drive the surrounding areas. Concentrate resources and develop faster. But the problem is that Wang Zhangwu and the others have waited for a year or two, and they think Shanghai should be rich and can start to drive the surrounding area. But Ouyang Shiki feels that Shanghai is not rich enough and wants to suck the blood of the surrounding area. This inevitably led to a bad relationship between him and his neighbors. It was also a loss for him to be an official in the same dynasty. Instead of being an official in two different countries, he started fighting long ago. How can he endure it until now? Unable to count on Wang Zhangwu to do good deeds, Ouyang Shiki had no choice but to find another way. He once again set his sights on the large area on the north bank of Wusong River. Thanks to the rapid development of Dao's current level of construction, they already have the ability to construct such a 100-meter-long bridge. The current problem is that there is no money. Shanghai is very rich, however, takes place also more money that way. Austrian Ouyang, then a more radical people, immediately put a little money into the development, basically not to leave money to deal with exceptional circumstances. And to build a steel bridge with the highest technological contents and the largest scale currently requires an astronomical amount of money, starting at least 1 million yuan. Because as there is no relevant experience, so it cannot predict how many will encounter difficulties in construction. In the end, how much needs money, engineers cannot guarantee. But he said it is best to prepare 2 million yuan in start better. 2 million, this is not a small sum for Dao as a whole. For a Shanghai city, that's even more so. Shanghai ratio is richer, only dared to touch this idea. In other big cities such as Guizhou and Zhengzhou, the local prefects would simply ignore it when they said that it would cost 2 million to build infrastructure. 2 million, I'm afraid I didn't wake up. 2 million. Ouyang Shiki doesn't care much. After all, he has spent tens of millions of dollars on infrastructure construction in the past few years in Shanghai. At the same time, he also knows that the absolute value of money out of this, there is a great advantage for long-term economic benefits. But the question is, how can I get this money? Although Shanghai is prosperous, taxation is also high. Last year's tax revenue reached 25 million yuan. However, a large part of this money has to be turned over to the central government to support construction across the country, to be sent to a small part of the Songjiang Road. Songjiang support hang the rest of the construction set. Stay true to local finance in Shanghai, also less than a 10 million. The annual budget is 10 million. If this is changed to other places, those officials will be able to wake up in their dreams. In poor places like Guizhou, the fiscal revenue of a province is not 1 million a year. But for Shanghai, which is developing rapidly every day, this tens of millions is really not much. Ouyang Shiki had determined this 10 million for a long time, and now there is no way to misappropriate it. I have to find a way to raise money again. Ouyang Shiki patted his forehead. This is what he has done the most in the 3 years in Shanghai. He had time to feel that they do not seem like officials, more like a businessman. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 711. Chapter Ouyang Flair. Old Lord, adult's invitation to let you go. Wusong acquired the hotel for dinner. Yi Mansion, the housekeeper to the rich soup macro handed invitations. What, it's Ouyang's peeling game again? I won't go. Tang Hong threw away the invitation. Ouyang Peking is a nickname given to Ouyang Shiki by a Shanghai businessman, because Ouyang Shiki sews a lot of wool on them. Ouyang Shiki has done a lot in Shanghai in the past 3 years. Especially not made money in this context, means endless, so many merchants love and hate. What I love is that Ouyang Shiki has done very well in Shanghai's transportation and infrastructure construction, and it is very convenient to do business. What he hates is that Ouyang Shiki tried his best to steal money from their pockets. so that they lost a lot of their income. For example, the import tariff of goods is the amount specified by the imperial court. Ouyang Shiki, a small capital, naturally cannot change it. But in order to increase Shanghai's fiscal revenue, Ouyang Shiki invented a port service fee. A lot of infrastructure has been established on the terminal, and then the merchant ships are charged for service. On the surface, this is what you want. But in fact, merchant ships that are reluctant to pay this service fee and refuse to accept official berthing services and cargo services have no way to berth at all. Anyway, the official plenty of reasons to die how difficult those merchant ships. Ouyang developed by Austrian service fee amount is very clever, just to let business people routing, but not so much in order to save this money smuggling. Do not pay it, delay to delay and lose. Hand it in. If the government is cheaper, it still suffers. For another example, Ouyang Shiki also invented a gadget called value-added tax. When some real estate is bought and sold, it is necessary to pay a value-added tax to the government. This tax is about businessmen who immediately fire. There was no such thing as paying taxes in the past when buying and selling houses. Moreover, there are no such rules in other places in Doha. For what reason? Shanghai is like this. They are not convinced. But who is Ouyang Shiki, the champion? To be reasonable, people can talk to Confucianism without blushing and panting. In Ouyang Shiki's words, can other places compare to Shanghai? Houses in other places are used for living. Only the houses in Shanghai and Nanjing can be used for frequent trading to make the difference and turn them into a business. The house already has the attributes of a commodity. Since it is a commodity, it is natural to pay taxes when buying and selling. It is justified and there is nothing wrong with it. Moreover, Ouyang Shiki directly sprayed these merchants. He questioned everyone, don't you understand why houses in Shanghai can be so valuable? That is not the wise man of the emperor. He strongly supported the development of Shanghai. The imperial court allocated a huge sum of money to support the infrastructure construction of Shanghai. It is precisely relying on these infrastructure constructions to make Shanghai's economy take off, which drives Shanghai's housing prices. Therefore, the increase in the value of these houses is due to the court. Everyone who sells a house to make money must pay respects in the direction of Nanjing and thank the emperor. Court charge only a little increase in value-added tax, that I holy emperor merciful. Otherwise, these houses should be directly confiscated by the court and sold together. Those who intend to see people who are ungrateful, the emperor prove ungrateful. When Ouyang Austrian tongue battle group's time, those businessmen are really afraid, who quickly agreed to pay that. If you don't pay any more, you will be labeled as unfaithful and unfilial, which is simply too fatal. In short, there are many similar things between Ouyang Shiki and them. The businessmen in Shanghai, who were not scouted by Ouyang Shiki, were embarrassed to say that they were doing business in Shanghai. That's why Tang Hong got angry when he heard that it was Ouyang Shiki's dinner, and he was often exploited. Moreover, Ouyang Shiki's dinner, can it be a good thing? Tang Hong didn't need to go. He could guess that Ouyang Shiki must be short of silver again. Otherwise, do you really think that the adults in the capital can go to such an expensive Wusong hotel to have dinner? 2 days later, Tang Hong still came to Wusong hotel. It's all about grumbling at home. He won't be so stupid that he won't come to the adults' dinner, unless he doesn't want to hang out in Shanghai in the future. Moreover, Shanghai businessmen love and hate Ouyang Shiki. I hate, but also pregnant happy place. For example, Ouyang Shiki is always able to help them solve some very real problems, and Ouyang Shiki is also very supportive of business development. Otherwise, those merchants would have rebelled long ago if they could just pick up their skins. At the door, Tang Hong met some other bosses. Then, carefully he discovered that the people who came seemed to have a common feature, that is, people with a large amount of land along the north bank of the Wusong River. It seemed that Ouyang had the idea to move Hongkou. Tang Hong had a guess in his heart. When several businessmen met, they couldn't help smiling bitterly when they saw each other. This expression, everyone knows, is nothing but to deal with the difficult Ouyang Pipi again. Entering the hotel together, a variety of delicious wines have been greeted. Everyone, come to celebrate our major progress in the development of Shanghai. The port throughput and the number of factory companies have increased by more than 30% over last year. Ouyang Shiki toasted. Everyone followed. Speaking of development achievements, many businessmen are also very happy. The better the development of Shanghai, the better the business. Full Laiwai's leadership of His Majesty, and Ouyang the capital of diligent, Shanghai, etc. have this achievement. Someone slapped up immediately. Not over, but it is Ouyang. Austrian Schmidt said, but now Shaanxi. Development is not fast enough. You can also be faster. Everyone listened quietly. I have Shanghai. There are many available. Local development cannot be effectively developed, such as the east bank of the Huangpu River, such as Wusong River north shore of Hongkou. You are all people who have a lot of land in Hongkou. Now the price of land in Huangpu is nearly 100 yuan per mu, and that in Hongkou is only 30 yuan per mu. Can you be content? May want to let the prices go up in Hongkou. It is necessary to solve a traffic problem. To this end, I decided to build a steel bridge across the Wusong River. Cries that the river can be almost 100 meters of it. Consider into account under the bridge to pass the boat. This bridge was built over 100 meters. Now we have this technology. A businessman asked. The bridge spanning 100 meters, they didn't even dare to think about it before. Not been, in the past. They also cannot imagine Shanghai could have 3 to 4 meter high building. Seeing more, their level of astonishment has decreased a lot. Technology surgery is certainly not a problem. The key is money. Ouyang Shiki said. Here comes, he comes again. Hearing Ouyang Shiki raising money, everyone was speechless. Familiar formula. Familiar taste. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 712 chapters across the river big bridge. My lord, I have used all my cash to do business, and I don't have any money. Tang Hong had no good airway. Yes, whoever has spare money now has to do business, and whoever keeps a large amount of working capital in his hand. Isn't that a waste of capital? Everyone agreed. No, money does not matter, anyway, you have to. Land mortgage. Not you think, not a penny. You can wait for me to fix the bridge, then land prices and enjoy it. Ouyang Austrian open sunroof say bright things. The crowds heard not say anything. They'd want to know. Anyway, he is not money. Ouyang see how Austrian could get their own kind. Even the imperial court did not directly grab land, but used tax increases to force landlords to sell land. As long as they are willing to pay taxes, the court cannot force them to buy. Let me just say that anyone who refuses to pay for a large amount of land in Hongkou will forcefully purchase or expropriate the land in your hands at the current price. As long as I plan to build a road between your land is public land, and I have the right to requisition it. Should you come to pool the money to repair the bridge, or hand over the land, think about it yourself. Ouyang Austrian tough playing lay. The imperial court can forcibly requisition the land that has affected the construction of Dower Road, but the problem is that there is no need to build a road for their land. But Ouyang Austrian have to do so. We also pick not go wrong. That time is a loose. Everyone didn't doubt Ouyang Shiki's words. They all knew that Ouyang Shiki was backed by the emperor, so they acted with confidence. In the past few years in Shanghai, he has been impeached more times than other officials in his entire life. As a result, he didn't have anything to do with him, and he continued to be promoted. Other officials did not dare to be too savage, but the champion in front of him did. Therefore, when dealing with Ouyang Shiki, it is better to compromise instead of opposing it. However, the repair of a big bridge to so much money, even if it is in our hands land prices, it cannot rise so much. Tang Hong vomited. Yes, if you really want me to have come out of all, I would prefer to sell it. Everyone echoed. Of course you would not want them all out, and building bridges is not necessarily the trading loss. I will set up a company to be charged in the bridge after bridge built. The money received is used to pay off the bank's debt. Think about it, with Shanghai's current population growth rate, how terrible the flow of people on this bridge will be in the future. Do you still need to worry about losing money? Ouyang Shiki said. This idea is also quite bold. Only in times of war, the imperial court will set up guards at important intersections and collect Lijin tolls in order to increase fiscal revenue. In peacetime, Ouyang Shiki actually did the same, and he must be included in another book. Not two. If Austrian Ouyang really can withstand the pressure above, these bridges were closed toll. That would really be a good business. After all, after a bridge is repaired, its service life will be at least several decades. Has been closed down, the best end of the profits must be very good. Is the court allowed? Someone asked. Don't worry, it's definitely okay. After all, this is a special situation. Just change to a nice name, such as bridge service fees. Austrian Paul Ouyang's sermon. With the benefits, these businessmen immediately became enthusiastic about paying, without loss of love, to build good condition under the bridge. For these people, it also has a great advantage. Seeing other people suddenly becoming active again, Tang Hong was quite speechless. This scene is really familiar. Every Austrian Ouyang raise money, about that smooth. Merchants will start from a dissatisfaction, reluctance, then slowly being fooled Ouyang Austrian to actively participate. Tang Hong knows that working with Ouyang Shiki will definitely not lose money, but if you want to make a lot of money, it will definitely be useless. Ouyang Shiki would be dead. Let the businessman involved in the project make a small amount of money, while the majority of the money was made by the government. Just like the public carriage project in the city, the Jiang family is depressed and wants to vomit blood. Although it is possible to make money, it is very small, and it is nowhere to be seen. If you invest this money in other projects, you will definitely make more money than invest in the stagecoach. However, it has been into the pit of ginger. I want to abandon the project. Cannot find someone you want to have the game disc access, can only continue to boil down. Although there is little money to make, the victory lies in stability, and the income is guaranteed by drought and flood. It's a good business for people with no ambitions. In short, this is the characteristic of Ouyang Shiki. Regardless of how nice his mouth is, he is actually fooling people. After entering the pit, it will make the other person feel that they have eaten chicken ribs, which is tasteless, and it is a pity to discard it. Anyway, Tang Hong decided that it didn't matter to donate a sum of money, but he wouldn't invest in the company that Ouyang Shiki had set up. Now there are so many opportunities for Shanghai to make a fortune. Any industry that invests money in is definitely more profitable than investing in bridge companies. Not everyone is like Soup Macro, so see things clearly. Some are a little stupid, or some people have been pitted by Ouyang Shiki not enough times, or some people high unstable, while Ouyang Austrian projects are generally stable. Therefore, even if Tang Hong did not invest any money, Ouyang Shiki still collected enough funds. Those who have land in Hongkou pledged donations based on the amount of land, and they collected a total of about 300,000 yuan. Then he pulled 100 and cast of thousands of capital shares, to scrape together a total of 1.5 million. Has commenced As for the future, in case of 1.5 million is not enough, then later 100 meters to build a big bridge, the difficulty of not less than repair an Nanjing-Shanghai railway, the time required are certainly in terms of years, can be repaired within a year or two, even if successful. In the past 2 years, even if there is a gap, Ouyang Shiki can use local funds to make up for it. Shanghai is about to build a 100-meter-long bridge across the river, and the news immediately appeared in many newspapers. Diehua Daily News, Daily, Anecdotes reported, Songjiang Current Affairs newspaper and so on. When the people saw this news, they all took a sigh of relief. The 100-meter-long bridge across the river is so spectacular. This is not a pontoon bridge floating on the water, but a bridge through which large ships can pass underneath. It's so strong, I am dour. It is now possible to build a 100-meter bridge across the river, and it will be no more than a kilometer in the future. At that time, The south and north banks of Nanjing can be connected by bridges. Some people in Nanjing said with emotion, "At present, Dowa's shocking projects are more and more, tens of meters tall buildings, thousands of miles of railways, and now the bridge across the river." They had never thought about these things before. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 713 chapters tough. Crossing the River Grand Bridge, only Shanghai and many other large projects in a similar already built and being built. There are many conspicuous, for example, Songjiang Sports Complex. This can house 20,000 people at the large sports hall. Sports hall up to 10 meters, it covers an area of 100 acres. This kind of architecture is very common in later generations, but in the present, it gives people the feeling of incomparably magnificent and magnificent. Standing in sports in front of hall, you can only feel their own insignificance. Looking at such a building, I can feel the superiority of being a Chinese, which is mainly used for football than the competition. Of course, in the absence of a football match it can also be used for some other purposes. Before a large-scale building like this was replaced, the people of Shanghai couldn't even think of it. Today, the Songjiang Gymnasium has become a landmark building in Shanghai, and it can be seen clearly from a distance on the river surface. Those who come to Shanghai for sightseeing, do not go to the gymnasium. It is tantamount to come to Shanghai in vain. If you do not see a soccer match, to feel the kind of atmosphere and scenes of people Chihuan, but also tantamount to a trip in vain. Another example, Pudong Shipyard, was recently set up a company. They are organizing to build ton ships can dock. Although Dowa currently has no technology and plans to build a 10,000 ton giant ship, some people are far-sighted and think this is a matter of time. As for shipbuilding, long-term planning has always been emphasized. If you wait for Dowa's technology to build a 10,000 ton giant ship before you build the dock, the daylily will be cold. The shipyard will be built now. When the shipyard is almost completed, Dowa's shipbuilding technology will almost be able to build a huge ship of 10,000 tons. Pudong Shipyard shareholders of UOB's technological innovation is still quite optimistic. In a year or two, who thinks Dowa can build a 100-meter-long bridge across the river? Now, with the optimization of steel materials and the emergence of special steel, this bridge construction problem has not been solved all at once. 10,000 tons giant wheel, this is just a gimmick. Let this newly established company concern. Even the Nanjing Stock Exchange hopes that their company can be listed. After all, this is a stock with great potential. Weidan Pier. Two large cranes with a height of more than 10 meters are particularly eye-catching. This is also a major construction achievement during Ouyang Shaika's tenure. These large cranes powered by steam engines can move and unload 2 tons of cargo at one time. Unloading its load efficiency is artificial dozens of times, very exaggerated. Crane out now. So many dock workers lost their jobs, in that while the crane was new, but also the boycott dockers. Those dockers are often organized in gangs and are very difficult to deal with. Ouyang Shiki also used iron-blooded wrists, and all the troublemakers were arrested and distributed to the road construction. Anyway, Dowa now needs labor in many places, and there is no need to worry about it being able to arrange them. So treasure your workforce. How can waste too much on the pier? Ouyang Shiki recognized some of Wu Chenqing's development concepts. Where machines can be used, machines should be used as much as possible. Although the use of machines will impact the interests of workers in a certain industry and cause them to lose their jobs, this is a temporary pain. These unemployed workers can always find jobs in other industries and continue to create value. Some people may be better off after changing careers, and some people may not be as good as at the docks. However, these people who can't keep up with Dowa can only lick the wounds alone. If you have to worry about the life and death of certain workers and dare not boldly promote the use of machines, then society will be unable to develop. Although it has caused some bad effects, the result is good. This gave the Ministry of Communications an extra labor force. and the construction of roads became faster on the dock, because there are cranes, things will not be delayed, even because for the sake of using the machine, but also reduces the cost of transport of goods, so that businessmen prefer to Shanghai to do business. If you want to test into account the interests of those dock workers, without the use of a crane, the result is the high cost of cargo transportation. Dock workers earn hard-earned money is fortunate bitter. Dower road construction will be slower. To sum it up, it is one sentence: the labor force cannot be liberated and is not properly distributed and used. For those individuals whose interests have been impaired, this is very unfair, and human rights have been violated. But for Dao as a whole, it is very beneficial. In this incident, the centralization of power in the feudal dynasty brought out the superiority of the system. He cannot be too concerned about human rights, then make decisions most favorable to development. The people are blind, and giving them too much freedom is not necessarily a good thing. If the human rights of these dockers are respected, they must be 10,000 who refuse to allow the government to use cranes, which will cause them to lose their jobs. He had only focused on the immediate point of interest. It is impossible to Yuob great to consider, give up their own interests. Just like the power system of a certain country in later generations, it is very old, often breaks down, and always has to be repaired. The government wants more to get a new wire, the doors are not. With new wires, workers who specialize in repairing electricity will lose their jobs. They don't feel that they should take the initiative to sacrifice their own interests for the development and construction of the country. Instead, he had mostly relied on the freedom marches and protests continue to do things for individuals in this part of them, keep their jobs and jobs. However, for the entire country, it is a disaster. The aging power system often leads to tragedies. Some very developed capitalist countries in later generations often have very backward infrastructure, and this is part of the reason. Of course, only part of it. In the process of development, capitalist countries have actually experienced an era of highly centralized power. For development, the government has used extreme violence. The Big Purge has not only happened in a certain country, in fact, there have been too many purges in countries with different systems. There are times, violence is the best way to solve the problem. Not only had the palm grip of the world where the dominant power of opinion, often able to erase some of the history of this relatively clean only, but he had no way to completely erase. Always some who cannot change. A person who doesn't even have a place for basic rights, so embarrassed to say that he has human rights. Another example was in the era of rampant through the power, the inviolability of private property. What wind energy into the rain to enter? The king cannot enter private declaration of property, in the face of power is a joke. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 714 chapters in Guangzhou development. Democracy has a good democracy. The centralization also has the advantage of centralized. In fact, it is difficult to hire, the separation of right or wrong. Not too, for the current Dao, the centralization absolutely superior to democracy and more. After all, Wu Chengqing is a bug-like existence. He knows the most correct direction of development in history. With power in his hands, he can lead Dao on the right path, without making detours or turning a corner. And if democracy is achieved, hey, those blind and inexperienced people will definitely have to take a lot of detours and do some very outrageous things. Every citizen has the right to vote. Thing they do is definitely to vote to suggest that the rich should be killed and then the money will be divided. No labor and one, who do not want to. As for killing the wealthy is not a sustainable development path. Few people of this common people know what sustainable development is. And the immediate benefits are real. With the number of people at the bottom of Dao, the number of approval votes can definitely kill the number of negative votes. Wu Chengqing has no substance in the enjoyment of the pursuit, so he was in pursuit of a spiritual enjoyment, the pursuit of a sense of accomplishment. Therefore, he can be selfless for the sake of all Dao's people. His fast music from Yuob's strength to strength, rather than from personal wealth increase. If he is selfish, There is no need to take out all the technology. It is most fragrant to save money for the royal family, and the wealth of the world can be controlled by the royal family. The concentration of power in the hands of Wu Chengqing is the most beneficial to the people. Once democracy, Wu Chengqing lost absolute power. Then, all interest classes, interest groups, and individuals prioritize their own interests when doing things. It can be enough to develop their own interests at the expense of people, rare. Moreover, if these people do not have enough power, their sacrifices are often ineffective. The most likely scene at that time is that the world is in chaos and nothing can be done. Wu Chengqing consolidate the current regime could be so, in fact, and his selfless. There is a certain relationship. Before the change, regardless of any dynasty, dare to confiscate the landlord's land, it would definitely be a chaos in the world. Taking money from someone is like killing one's parents. If an emperor wants to fight against the elites of the world, it is definitely looking for death. But why didn't Dao cause a large-scale rebellion? Because everyone is watching. In the whole world, Wu Chengqing himself was the one who sacrificed the most. So many advanced technologies and monopoly technologies that can make a lot of money, Wu Chengqing used them for free and shared them with the world. The emperor personally sacrificed his own interests, and other landlords lost some money, so naturally they would not feel so wronged and unbalanced in their hearts. If the emperor himself withholds money and only knows to make money into the house of internal affairs, but asks other landlords to take out the land to distribute to the people, who can be convinced. Although Wu Chengqing often did things that harmed the interests of the gentry class and subsidized the people, but things in fact, Wu Chengqing in the gentry class, the still very prestigious, we have served him set an example of such a move. This is also a kind of personality charm, which is not available in Chongzhen. Chongzhen war money. You want to donate money. 100 officials. No one promised. Even his Los Hang Ren refused to pay. Are those people really so stingy? The real reason is, Chongzhen, their own coffers where there are a lot of money, have not seen their pay he took out to do. The world is his worship, but not other officials of Jin's. Even he could not bear to keep the imperial money, how else could pay? In short, being a leader can lead by example. By example then, to take the lead, others will be convinced. At present, the best place for Dao's development is Nanjing, followed by Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Suzhou. But to say that the development potential, Shanghai and Guangzhou is much stronger than Nanjing. Guangzhou was recaptured much later than Shanghai, but the development here is not slow because of its superior geographical location. As early as the time when the Ming dynasty was shutting down the country, there were many people smuggling and doing business in the Guangzhou area, and even those who had been doing business in Nanyang for a long time. The emperor is far away, and Beijing can't control Guangzhou. Therefore, before the establishment of Dao, Guangzhou's foreign trade was much larger than that of Shanghai, and it was no longer of an order of magnitude at all. Later, Dao fully supported the development of Shanghai. In addition, Shanghai is close to Nanjing, making it easier to enjoy the technological dividends, which allowed Shanghai to surpass Guangzhou. And now the development of Guangzhou is also very good. And Shanghai than up, Guangzhou has a clear obvious feature, that is the form of a flat. Shanghai Huangpu River is next to the west bank that are highly complex where China, industrial and commercial areas are highly concentrated. But Guangzhou is not like this. There are no very large-scale industrial zones here. They are all small industrial zones with a large number and relatively scattered. Guangzhou, Paniu, Foshan, Dongguan, and Shund all have a large number of industrial areas, but they are not connected together. The reason for this phenomenon is related to historical inheritance and geographical communication. A long time ago, Guangzhou's trade developed, so people everywhere have accumulated capital, and a certain industrial scale has long been formed in their hometowns. Unlike Shanghai, which started from scratch, It was almost all foreign capital intervention. The Aborigines had no capital accumulation and no hometown plot. Foreign capital was just the small place with the most convenient transportation. There is also the traffic factor. Shanghai has the Huangpu River and Wusong River. And here in Guangzhou, the water network is dense, and the water transportation is very developed. The Pearl River is not a river, but a basin, the general term for three rivers. There are countless tributaries of Dongjiang and Xijiang Bijiang, forming a network of waters. In short, the water transportation here is well developed, so the decentralization of the industrial areas has less impact on the cooperation between them than in Shanghai, so there is no need to concentrate together. It is because of these reasons, very few high-rise buildings here in Guangzhou. Also fewer large factories. However, there are many small workshops and small factories, densely packed. The industries of the two places are also quite different. Most of Shanghai's heavy industries, and large-scale production industries, are mainly engaged in ocean trade. Guangzhou is mainly based on light industry and handicraft industry. His target their trade, but also tend to Southeast Asia, ocean-going trade less. Due to both light industry and handicrafts low value-added products, low profits, ocean-going trade selling these products was dead loss. Guangzhou's main purpose is flexibility, relying on its proximity to Nanyang, low transportation costs, and various small profits but quick turnover. Zihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 716. Chapter 10 Cities support. Zihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 717. Chapters telegraph appear. Zihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 718. Chapters effect telegraph. Zihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 719. Chapters west naturalization. Nanjing, Ginhua Street, evening. Has been a pseudonym. Xiang Wista looked at the streetlights that shone, filled with emotion. This is the fourth time he has come to Nanjing. Every time he comes to Nanjing, the changes in Nanjing will make him amazed. When he first arrived in Nanjing, he was deeply impressed by the cleanliness and orderliness of Nanjing and the concrete roads. And the second time, it was Dao's steamship, which made him amazed. The third time, it was Dao's train, which made them feel incredible. Unexpectedly, this was only 7 or 8 months, and when I came to Nanjing again, there would be street lights here. Moreover, this kind of street lamp uses neither candles nor kerosene, and he doesn't understand the light-emitting principle. However, the more profound things are, the more lofty they are. To Wai Huano, this is a great job progress. He can even proudly tell the Western European businessman that he has witnessed the development history of Nanjing. Because to have street lights, Street Ginhua night is quite lively. There has been the prototype of the night market. Supper shops, food stalls, lodging shops, brothels, casinos. These places are more lively than during the day, and the rich nightlife makes Nanjing a bit like a city that never sleeps. Only a superpopulous city like Nanjing can gather so many night owls. If this is left elsewhere, even if streetlights are installed, there won't be so many unscrupulous people. Positive by the people, at this point in relation to go to bed. Tongfu Hotel. White China called the cars rickshaw, and gives a double fare. Body as a Westerner, although he has not any serious incidents of discrimination encountered in Dowa, but being treated differently is often the case. With rich experience, he also came up with a way to live in Dowa, which is to spend money. If you ask for a car now, you can get a high-quality service as long as you pay twice the cost of the car, and you don't have to worry about tricks such as detours by the driver. He is now going to Tongfu Hotel to invite Jin Sheng, Director of the Department of Foreign Affairs of the Ministry of Etiquette, for dinner, and thank Jin Sheng for his successful naturalization. Yes, He has now obtained the Nanjing Hukou and has become a serious Chinese. In order to be naturalized, he donated 1 million yuan to Dao to support Dao's road construction. Then, realizing the holy emperor of his loyalty honesty, with tremendous mind and accepted the outsider, let it come to embrace Yuob. Yuob has become the people. A lot of 1 million is to Wai Huac Sing several years hard-earned money, but feel Wai Xiangwa value. To order Dao people, he can mix a large circle of Chinese business people to get more business opportunities. Relied on Big Huazim in this title, as well as the understanding of Western Europe, he can become the best of both middlemen, super comprador. In the future, as long as he does some matchmaking work, he can make a lot of money and become a second-door dealer that Western European merchants are extremely envious of. And, as for Yuob people, he was able to permanent residence in Nanjing, living in this wonderland his eyes. Why is it a fairyland instead of heaven? Has been as big Chinese Wai Xiangwa, consciousness is still quite high, directly to give up previous beliefs. Of course, he was a businessman and pirate who didn't have much faith before. In short, Wai Xiangwa has made a lot of efforts to integrate into Dao. He expressed surprise when surprised, saying is "Oh my God," rather than "my God." Because of his ignorance, he is quite successful integration of Yuob. The next day, Dao Daily also published news about Wai Xiangwa's naturalization. The people of Dao saw this news, and suddenly there was a sense of unparalleled pride. That did not, those foreign barbarians, working like mad to want to become a large Chinese. And we are born great Chinese. For these foreigners, the Chinese are definitely resistant, but for a small number of them, the Chinese are also more welcome. Such as why to China this donated 1 million yuan of sensible people. This million will be spent on people's livelihood, and it is the Chinese who make money. For such a filial fellow, it is difficult for a Chinese to refuse. The people who are happier than the native Central Plains in Dao are actually North Koreans. Because, for they had not a big Chinese, but they do not need to pay any money directly obtained Dao nationality. And compared to Westerners, he had felt full of happiness, a kind of feeling of saving 1 million. The Koreans living in the Central Plains have basically completely integrated into Dao. When introducing themselves to others, they all claim to be from Dao Seoul Dao Pyongyang. In short, they deliberately refrained from mentioning the word North Korea and wanted to downplay this symbol. The reason is also very simple. Saying that I am a North Korean is a sense of superiority and no sense of pride. After all, North Korea was bullied by Da Ming, Fu Sang, and Da King before. That history cannot bear to look directly at it. If you say you are a Chinese, you can be proud of it out of thin air. Now Dao has wiped out both Da Ming and Da King, and is still bullying the Fuzang people vigorously. Saying that you are a big Chinese can instantly change from being a weak person who was bullied and humiliated to being a strong person who bullied others. Later it was not a summary of a current image, said a monthly salary of 3,000 to talk about patriotism, to the nation's million annual salary thing. It is because the weak, or ordinary people, need to rely on the strength of the motherland to develop a sense of superiority. This is not entirely true, but there are also reasons for this. And why to China along with the newspapers, as well as Yuob naturalization system. Seeing this system, the Fuzang people living in Dao felt a little unbalanced in their hearts, but they were also slightly relieved. He found, though not as straightforward as Korean citizenship, but the difficulty of their naturalization is far lower than whites and blacks. And those who are compared, he had also been considered preferential treatment, enjoying a privilege, belonging to the group being taken care of. The naturalization system stipulates that as long as a Fuzang woman marries a Dao man, she will automatically obtain Dao's household registration, and her children will even be Dao's household registration. The Fuso man, as long as the intent to become a large Chinese and pledge allegiance to His Majesty Yuob, you can apply to become a big Chinese. In general, as long as a few years working in Yuob, or make a little contribution, or a little bit special talent, able to successfully naturalization, there is no difficulty. As for children, there is even more no threshold compared to Western Europeans that the harsh conditions of naturalization. He had been lucky enough. This is now, according to Wu Chengqing plans, so after a thorough annexed the territory hibiscus, those people can be like the Korean people, direct access to Taihua household. After all, when the time comes, Fuzhang will be a province of Dawa. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 720 chapters make fresh students. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 721 chapters. Trading territory. Daihua population policy. Neighboring countries have had some impact. Among them, the most affected was undoubtedly Fuzhou, because as they get closer, trade between the most frequent. Because Yuob encourage fertility, there are subsidies for food imports. Therefore, many large Chinese businessmen came to Fuzhang to buy food. This makes Fuzhang's grain prices soar. However, food prices on the rise, for ordinary people is not necessarily a good thing. When the Fuzhang people sold their grains to large local grain merchants, the prices were the same as before. With the increase in food prices, it is only the big businessmen who control the trading rights with Dawa who make money. And those big businessmen are often Fuzhang's big names and nobles concurrently. He had to maintain their luxurious life, in order to always have the luxury perfume soap and the like, can only continue to rely on exports of grain to make money, in exchange for Dawa industrial products, as well as arms. But the problem is that Fuzhang is also short of food in the local area. The purchase price for the people is not high, and the people are definitely not willing to sell. As a result, the nobles of Fuzhang could only increase the price of salt and other necessities of life. In this way, the people of Fuzhang can be forced to sell grain to obtain some necessities such as salt. Fuzhou people's lives more hard. Desire fertility also declined significantly. Can't afford to be born, can't afford to support, can't live anymore. The people of Fuzhang don't know the root cause that makes their lives more difficult, but they can intuitively feel that their lives are getting more and more difficult. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Where there is no resistance, it shows that the oppression is not enough. In the past, Fuzhang was also exploited in various ways for the common people. But there was no such thing as a peasant uprising. After all, everyone just had a hard time, but they still managed to survive. But now, in some places in Fuzhang, it is really impossible to survive. A peasant riot took place in Fuzhou, South Kyushu, the peninsula to the west of the Dawa garrison, Ibuzuki. In order to resist the daimyo's tax increase, some villagers spontaneously launched a riot, killing several tax collection teams of Shimadzu Misuiza, and blatantly rebelled. This kind of thing is afraid that someone will take the lead. Once someone takes the lead, the whole area is like a gunpowder keg, which is instantly ignited and falls into a state of loss of control. He had long wanted to have done so. A large number of people rose up to form a rebel army, segregated the southern Kyushu area, and contended with the Satsuma clan. This situation made Shimadzu Misuiza to death. He had just gained some upper hand in the battle with the Kumamoto clan, and he was about to hit Kumamoto and become the overlord of Kyushu Island. As a result, such a thing suddenly appeared behind him, which made him feel troubled. There was a fire in the rear and I had to deal with it. However, he now has no surplus troops in the rear. Otherwise, those people did not dare to competing violent action. It is because for riots of place, not in time of repression, along with the rest of Derest assured the riots. Today, Shimadzu Misuiza wants to put down the rebellion again, but it is no longer so easy. Those people have become the scale, sent too few troops in the past, fear is beat. Send more. Before the line they may lose the opportunity to wipe the Kumamoto domain. Shimadzu was pacing back and forth for a long time, very irritable. My lord, or promise, we can take the power of Yuob. His advisor Ichiro Mizaki suggested. Oh, Tell me in detail. The current Shimizu Misuiza hates to hear the word Dawa, and becomes irritable and nauseous when he hears these two words. But now, as long as the people below can solve the rebellion, he can't take care of so much. Mizaki's method is very simple, that is, sell South Kyushu to Dawa. In this way, not only can we obtain a sum of military expenses, but also throw the hot potato of the rebellion to Dawa, so that Dawa will have a headache. If Dawa suppresses it by force, they can publicize it among the people, increase the people's hatred of Dawa and increase cohesion. If Dawa cares about his face and dare not bloody repression, he will not be able to completely rule the South Kyushu area, which is tantamount to spending money in vain. If this method is left behind, it will definitely be shot by Shimizu Misuizu as soon as it is proposed. Selling the land is to sell the sovereignty. But in this age of weak sovereignty consciousness, selling land is not a big deal. As long as Dawash has the money and an astronomical figure, Shimizu Misuizu can sell Kagoshima. Therefore, selling territory is not a problem for Shimizu Misuizu. Shimizu took a long time to think about it, and felt that this idea was indeed feasible. Although, this will lose a large area of territory. But if you don't sell it, and you are unable to counter the rebellion, this land is essentially out of the control of Satsuma clan. In the long run, it should not be sold. However, in light of the current difficult situation, selling off this burden, exchanging arms to destroy the Kumamoto clan and occupying all the territory of the Kumamoto clan is the most cost-effective choice. You go to communicate with Dawa and try to sell it for a good price. That's a big place. It's less than 5 million tals, so there's no need to talk about it. Shimizu Misuizu gave Mizaki Ichiro a bottom line for negotiations, 5 million tals of silver. This area is not small. It is larger than the entire Nanjing city. It is the entire Nanjing area, including the suburbs and villages, not just Nanjing. When Mizaki Ichiro found Kien Seul and talked about it, Kien Seul was a little stunned for a while. After all, as a big Chinese, he couldn't understand such things as selling territories. In the case of Dawa, no matter how much other people pay, they will not sell the territory, because it is unnecessary and shameful at the same time. Not over, see Ichiro Mizaki initiative to come to. He also knows now Satsuma had is how hard to force. In order to make a living, he has even reached the point where he will sell his territory, which is really miserable. For this kind of thing, I need to ask above. I can't do it either. Kien Seul first talked about his own difficulties, so that he could keep the price down in the subsequent negotiations. Do you want to buy the money? Sue music for a time unable to judge, but to pressure prices down absolutely cannot go wrong. Master Kien joked. You are the governor of Dao in Fusang. This little thing is not a matter of yours. Mizaki Ichiro said. He knows, because as communication is not convenient, money Sue music has great autonomy in Fuso. A lot of things you can do first, master. After the report, Mr. Mizaki praised him. The imperial court must approve it for 5 million. I'm afraid I won't be the master. Kien Seul smiled. The more anxious the other party, the happier he felt. On the one hand, he pretended not to be interested. On the other hand, he kept thinking about whether this place was worth buying. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. Chapter 722, Assimilation Policy. Kien Seul's words were not perfunctory to Mizaki Ichiro. It involved millions of dollars, and he really couldn't be the master. Safety first, asked the next Mizaki Ichiro, then he rushed to report to the court. The flying shear ship was specially used to deliver urgent letters, and its speed reached a terrifying 30 knots. From Ibuzuki to Shanghai, 20 Jixiaoshi effect can be. This kind of ship is slender, the space inside the ship is narrow, and it is also equipped with a steam engine. The idea of building the entire ship revolves around speed. This kind of ship is tantamount to the Army's horse detection, without a trace of combat effectiveness. It just runs fast. Kien Seul's memorial was presented in front of Wu Chengqing, with the cabinet minister's suggestion on it. In the house who are not fond of buying it, Wu Qingqing recommendations ignored. Not only is the attitude of the civil servants like this, the military is not very concerned about this transaction. After all, from the perspective of the military, if you really want this place, you can just send a troop to fight it down. Why should you spend money to buy it? 5 million, sufficient enough for them to play several games. War the military. Fumiyomi, mainly due to the price is too expensive, that is not necessary. After all, in terms of geographical location and natural resources, southern Kyushu is almost so interesting, and there is no place that can fascinate Dowa. It is really not worth spending 5 million for such a place. Put this 5 million hit the building, we can do things too much. And bought a southern Kyushu, except to satisfy my vanity to break expansion of soil heart outside. It looks like there is no good place for them. If Dowa had not annexed North Korea, it would have to spend 10 million, let alone 5 million, for the vanity of expanding its territory. But now Dowa has annexed North Korea and Ryukyu, and even has a stronghold in North Africa. To expand the territory has more than enough. A little more symbolic. Wu Qingqing was not satisfied with the suggestions of the cabinet and the military. He actually wanted to buy it in his heart. Although the purchase will definitely lose money in the short term, in the long run, it will definitely make a profit without losing money. More importantly, Wu Qingqing need a platform to display your better life to the people of Hibiscus. The life of the people in Dawali is much better than that of Fuzhang. Most of the upper class people in Fuzhang know about it, but the people at the bottom of Fuzhang don't know much. Not to mention this era, even in the 21st century, traveling far away is not easy. Fuzhou to Shanghai from a ferry tickets prices can be discouraging. Fuzhou 99.9% of people. If you haven't been to Dowa, you definitely can't feel the goodness of Dowa intuitively. I do not know, naturally, will not envy, is not conducive to Wu Qingqing policy of assimilation. And as long as the south of Kyushu win, then vigorously support South Kyushu, where the construction of the set of NEAT, so the Fuzhou people a better life. Imagine, Zuej of Fuzhou friend felt think. It is human instinct to pursue a better life. At that time, I am afraid that Fuzhang's daimyo will block the border and prevent the people underneath from seeing the truth, just like the later Jin family dynasty. No, it is. People see a clear contrast after those crazy influx of South Kyushu will flock to Uob. Uob want to be active people. Not to mention that in this era when the national consciousness is relatively weak, even in later generations, there are a lot of people who are desperately smuggling. What patriotic sentiment is, after all, is the state of mind pursued by a few people. Pool Uo public, just enough to eat a little dress warmly. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with this. Wu Qingqing South Kyushu just want a platform to fight the Uob life to Fuzhou people, in order to differentiate the relationship between people and hibiscus nobility. Although, the relationship between Fuzhang rulers and the people is not good. However, under the flicker of the Fuzhang ruler, the Fuzhang people below would also hate Dowa. Once the seeds of such hatred are planted, it will be more difficult to rule and assimilate in the future. But if there is such a platform, so that the people of Fuzhang can see clearly the flicker of the ruler, they will fall to Dowa. The value of this intangible recognition cannot be measured by money. In short, Wu Qingqing felt that it was definitely worth more than 5 million. Subsequently, Wu Qingqing convened a high-level cabinet and the military, to make them important instructions. Since ancient times, the difficulty of ruling a place has been much higher than the difficulty of conquering a place. This is particularly prominent in Dowa, because we are basically invincible in the military. So, compared to the capture of a place, I have more need to pay attention to is how to capture a place after the effective governance. Assimilation policy. I have a basic national policy, that of you do not forget. So, how to more effectively assimilate those barbarians, you have not thought. Wu Qingqing said a lot. The following people to listen to the atmosphere could not breathe, due to mistaken for them. They think it is in Wu Qingqing angry, dissatisfied with their ability to comprehend. But in fact, Wu Qingqing is only pursuing efficiency. It swaves various implicit and explicit time consuming to make them understand, tell them is not the same. Even though he has been in this world for a few years, Wu Chenqing's way of thinking is still a little different from that of people in this era. Chen Yi's, Sangnan Kyushu helped this place, you must buy it. Assimilation of a local person, the best way is to let them join our hearts initiative generated the idea, rather than persecution. People are rebellious, more forced, he had more resistance. On the contrary, the more they disagree to join, they will often desperately want to join. For example, to Wai Huetao, is not that right? Ruanda Cheng said. In a discipline hymn, in order to keep up with the pace of Wu Chenqing, usually are all very hard to learn. So, Wu Chenqing said, he realized there. But, can't you just attack it directly? Why do you have to spend money to buy it? This place is not even under the control of Satsuma clan. Liu Hansan asked. Commander Liu, Lord Ruan just said it. The more we use force to persecute, the less convinced they are. Buying with money can convince the other party. Chengchi solution, Buddhism and Taoism. I need someone to do this specifically, and to do it beautifully. It doesn't matter if you spend money, you must achieve results. For example, when negotiating, you can't just talk to Shimadzu for a long time, but you have to bring in representatives of the rebels. While buying this piece of land, you have to buy the hearts and minds of the rebels. The best thing is to find a way to get those rebels to take the initiative to ask for our help, and finally we stand up and give help. Wu Chenqing put forward ideas, specific plans and details. It is to think of these ministers. With the ability of these people to engage in official struggles, it shouldn't be difficult to think of the best of both worlds. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 723 chapters. People are not stupid. In his busy schedule, Hong Chengchu went to Fuzhang in person and met Qian Sul in Ibuzuki. After passing Wu Chenqing's instructions to Qian Sul, he discussed the specific plan with Qian Sul. Subsequently, he was once again summoned Mizaki Ichiro. Mr. Mizaki, this is our official letter from the Ministry of Commerce of Dowa. The minister in charge of the negotiations this time, Hong Chengchu. Hong Qian Sul's words made Mizaki Ichiro's heart chuckle. Hong Chengchu, although it was time he saw him, he was familiar with this name for a long time. Nowadays, the exchanges between Fuzhang and Dowa are getting closer, and there are many people in Fuzhang who are studying Dowa's technology, system, and senior figures. And Hong Chengchu is definitely the core high level of Dowa, and Ichiro Mizaki is certainly no stranger. He knew Chengchu's unusual position, need Chengchu the move, apparently Dowa special attention to the negotiations. You know, before the Deer Blade Kando convention, Yob just make a money Sui completed the signing. Long Yang Hong's name. Mizaki Ichiro praised Hong Chengchu a few words. After the greeting, everyone started talking about business. 5 million is too much. This place, for us Dowa, is actually useless. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. Come on, Chengchu actually cried. Poor, listen to Mizaki Ichiro hate the smoke off his clogs. Chengchu few mouth. Dear poor mouth. Just like the rich later said he had no money, as we all knew he was loaded to force, but why not a good debunked? As for Hong Chengchu's statement that Southern Kyushu is not important to Dowa, Mizaki Ichiro is also a punctuation mark. If it's not important, why would you send an imperial minister to take charge of the negotiations personally? Obviously, Dowa attaches great importance to it. But why Dowa attaches so much importance to Mizaki Ichiro is not really clear in his heart. He didn't know that Dowa had such a big appetite at this moment, and he wanted to swallow their entire Fuzhang. In his opinion, Dowa's purpose of selling arms to Fuzhang is only to sow discord, and then reap the benefits of the fishermen. I can't blame him for having this idea, because since ancient times, the Central Plains dynasty did not intend to annex their Fuzhang. Master Hong joked. With Dowa's wealth, 5 million is not just casually given out. The price of a railway in Dowa is more than that. Moreover, this area of South Kyushu is so big, there are countless fertile fields and minerals. If it weren't for my lord's immediate shortage of money, he would definitely not sell it. If Lord Hong doesn't seize the opportunity at this time, we won't sell it if you want to buy it after we get through this difficult time. On the surface, Maezaki Ichiro was very calm, and those who didn't understand Satsuma clan's inner affairs would probably believe his words. Unfortunately, Manisu Music and Chengchu Clear, Satsuma current situation is very bad, very bad. The economy has been in the brink of collapse. But, you and I know that there are a group of mobs there now. If you buy it, it will be a hot potato. If you are willing to sell Kagoshima, we will pay for it immediately. South Kyushu is still in turmoil. In such a place, let alone asking for money, it is free to give away. We all need to consider it. Chengchu continues to lead the topic. So, if you were able to put down the rebels, and that our interest is actually much larger. Taihua plan is to let the people go to South Satsuma Kyushu bloody crackdown, intensifying conflicts Satsuma and Judgment. The south of Kyushu rebel army pushed to help Uob at that time to stand up again, naturally, can harvest good people of South Kyushu sense. These words made Maezaki Ichiro once again have the urge to take off his shoes. If they can easily put down those rebellions, where would they need to sell this place? Is due to the rebellion took place there. They want to throw the troubled hour, this move to sell the mind thing. It's true that our army can't get out of it now, and it's powerless to quell the rebellion. Maezaki Ichiro said truthfully, anyway, even if he didn't say it, this kind of thing must be clear. Now live jump very much in Fuso Uob spies. Both sides are very understanding. You can first end Kumamoto domain temporary truce, then think counterinsurgency. In this regard, we have been able to help. Point a little busy, and you contributed to Kumamoto domain truce. Kien Seul is not bragging. As the largest arms supplier of Satsuma and Kumamoto, it is very easy for them to interfere in the battle between the two parties. Dare not listen to one side, then the direct sale of arms to stop them, they can let the other collapse. See the big Hua bent to one's own counterinsurgency first. Maezaki heart sigh. He knew that this time he was afraid that Dowa would not be pitted. He decided to sell the South Kyushu Dowa, in addition to get some money. There are many deep-seated reasons. One reason is that you want to transfer the contradiction, let the army and the rebels who Uob's playing to. If Dowa's army brutally suppressed it, they could stir up the emotions of the people at the bottom, but they would transfer the contradiction to the Fusang ruler to Dowa. Best Dowa goods under boycott enough. No one gave the best Uob mine work. Or, keep creating trouble for Dowa. If Dowa adopts a soft-hearted policy, the rebels in southern Kyushu will certainly dominate and cause Dowa a headache. In short, Shimadzu had long thought of beautifully. But Dowa was not stupid at all, and he was determined not to be fooled and insisted on them to put down the rebellion. Kien Seul even proposed that he could send troops to the front line of Kumamoto for peacekeeping and urge them to cease the war with the people of the Kumamoto clan. This meaning is too obvious. Daihua has the ability to counterinsurgency, but they just do not do such things to offend people. If this is the case, then I am afraid there will be no way for this sale. Maezaki Ichiro said lightly. He will table exhibits do not care about appearance, cannot let them see through Chengchu. Hong Chengchu smiled and didn't care, letting Maezaki Ichiro leave. He had studied with Kien Seul beforehand, and felt that Satsuma had no choice but to sell it in the end. If Shimazu Misuiza is really so spineless, or if he doesn't sell, they can still use other methods. For example, increase arms assistance to the Kumamoto clan to make them reverse the situation. Or, give the rebels a little arms and let them continue to expand and even reach Kagoshima. At that time, Shimadzu Mitsujiu will definitely be forced to subdue, unless Shimadzu Misuiza suddenly went mad, ready to die and break the net. According to Kien Seul's understanding of Shimazu Misuiza, he believed that Shimazu Misuiza did not have that kind of courage. With absolute strength, Dowa has the advantage in the game. Therefore, Hong Chengchu and Kien Seul were not in a hurry, just waiting for Maezaki Ichiro to come back again. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers, I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 724 chapters in the plan. Mizaki Ichiro brought back a bad news, which made Shimazu very melancholy. I have been pitied by Dower so many times, but I want to pit Dower once but be seen through. It is really depressing. By now, I have how to do. Shimazu Misuizu asked for advice. There is no way. They can only do it according to their method. For this matter, they even sent important officials from the central government to this matter. If they fail to achieve their goals, I am afraid they will not let it go. Mizaki Ichiro said helplessly. This Shimazu Misuizu's mentality collapsed. He thought it was just a failure of his strategy and he did not take advantage of it. Now listen, Mizaki Ichiro say, as if he had to take some losses to the junction. Anything about it. Thinking of this, Shimazu Misuizu felt a little dissatisfied with Ichiro Mizaki, and blamed the other party for such a bad idea. HMPH, I won't let them do what they want, and see what they can do with me. If I am anxious, I will turn my face with them. Shimazu Misuizu said coldly. These words shocked Mizaki Ichiro. This is really not impulsive. Not to mention that Dower's overall strength is dozens of times that of Fusang. They may not be able to handle the 20,000 troops stationed in Fusang alone. Lord, stay calm and restless. Now, I think we still have to take the courage, and we must not confront Dower head, otherwise we will be dead. I can sell them first Southern Kyushu. The Southern Kyushu go after things that little trick. Let them patiently. The people of Southern Kyushu are all Fusang people and will not easily identify with Dower. Mizaki Ichiro persuaded. He was a little worried. Shimazu Misuizu just said, how dare he really turn his face with Dower? Although there are 10,000 unhappy in his heart, he can only agree in the end. Not before. He asked Koizumi to Mizaki selling price a little higher, in order to comfort the injured at his own heart. Up the price. This is a mere trifle for Dower. Anyway, you by Mando decided to spend, but also care about more than 1 to 2 million. What's more, they don't have to pay for real money for these money, they are all paid with equivalent arms and luxury goods. Price value of 7 million of supplies, cost of production in Dower, and fear do not need 1 million. The arms and luxury goods business is so profitable. The two sides quickly reached a consensus during the second negotiation. Afterwards, Dower transferred a force to Kumamoto for training, blocking the Kumamoto and Satsuma clan armies. Kumamoto domain and prudent people did not see. They are too north-south. War has been exhausted. Anxious people can and Satsuma truce. Then concentrate first. Fukuoka domain resolved. Say, the two sides have a tacit understanding to stop the war. Sarmount Fan who tune over 5,000 elite back to the south of Kyushu, began a counterinsurgency. Not to mention facing an army equipped with flintlock guns. Even if facing a regular army with cold weapons, these rebels armed with bamboo spears and hoes would not have been able to fight. It is always easy for people to remember the success stories of rebellion, because this kind of story is wonderful. There will also be an illusion that it is easy to rebel. But things in fact, the failure of the revolt in history, compared to succeed, at least a few hundred to more than 1,000 times. Those successful, and both are scraped together the favorable factors, coupled with luck. However, this riot in southern Kyushu and Fuso did not take these factors together. So, in the face of repression when they retreat quickly lost more than half of the site. Rebel army leader, Mizaki Dearballs people, in the face of this impasse, of course, is anyway want it again. Some methods are as unreliable as they are. A group of riots without elite leadership is really difficult to achieve. Not long ago, he had still farmers. The Mizaki Shikamaru, just a more knowledgeable, more play, more workers prestigious. In his time were about to despair. Some of them made away, and this man, naturally, is Diehua bought undercover. Small plates Masao said, by now, I can only resort to large ethnic Chinese, and only they can deal with Shimazu family. But he who will help us? Mizaki Shikamaru is not smart, but he is not stupid. He had a Nuob non-relative, therefore, why people want to help. It's all about this time. I have to try it out. Is it possible that everyone has a better idea? Masao and Tipletlet ask. This made everyone silent, and they are certainly no idea. So, most end we can only agree Masao small plates to Ibuzuki. Everything is in accordance with large China plans to soon return to the small board Masao Kawasaki pillow, and brought back a good news. Diehua willing to help us, but conditional. Hurry up. What are the conditions? Maizaki Shikamaru and the others urged that they are like drowning people now, and they can get excited when they see a straw. The Chinese people said that this is the internal affairs of our Fuso, and it is not convenient for them to intervene. However, if our southern Kyushu can be merged into Dowa, then this will become a matter for Dowa and Shimadzu, and they have reason to come forward. Solved us, Masao Oben said. His remark crowded into a short-lived silence. Can be enough to stand out in a mob, becoming leader, he will naturally not stupid, understand what it means incorporating Uob. This, a little bit ambitious, is not very happy. He had small to large Fuso, although they are quite nasty Fuso rulers, but this does not mean that they do not identify themselves Fuso identity. Yeah. Now that they want to abandon this identity and become big Chinese, they are more or less unwilling in their hearts. Not over, and death compared to change the identity of the next, it is not no good, at least some people at heart, still 10 promised. Dowa also agreed to me, saying that as long as we merge with Dowa, not only can we enjoy the same treatment as Dowa, but also tax exemption for 1 year. Moreover, they will also provide us with farm tools and seeds. Masao Oben continued. Here can enjoy tax-free, the people more emotionally moved. Maizaki-kun, how about we agree? This is good for us and our family. Some people who were moved have already begun to persuade Maizaki Shikamaru again. Then how did Dowa arrange for us people? Maizaki Shikamaru asked. At that time, South Kyushu will become a government of Dowa, and Dowa will send officials to manage it. As for us, we can get 1 or 2 county chiefs and several county chief positions. Although the treatment is not particularly good, it is better than being the people of Shimadzu are strong to kill. Masao Oben said. Maizaki Shikamaru was somewhat dissatisfied with this treatment, and he still wanted to keep the army in his hand. Unfortunately, this Dowa will definitely not agree. Go, and he had to talk. We want a better deal. Maizaki Shikamaru said. Although Maizaki Shikamaru did not immediately agree, Oben Masao had already smiled in his heart. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 725 chapters, South 9 House. Maizaki Shikamaru wanted better treatment, but Dowa did not agree. After all, it is them who are anxious now, not Dowa. So, although they were unwilling to do so, they could only agree in the end. The next thing just fine to do, Uob troops directly into the south of Kyushu, and Satsuma people mean little. Satsuma people withdrew south of Kyushu. Seeing that the people of Satsuma were repelled so easily, Maizaki Shikamaru and others regretted it again. He who is more willing to do a separate name, rather than surrender to Uob, unfortunately, have been late. Get rid of the Satsuma. This is wolf, they ushered in the Dowa. This is tigers. Ye two wolves, they get it working, let alone even wolves have shied away from the tigers. So, something he who will only think about it. Subsequently, Hong Chengchu, Maizaki Shikamaru and Maizaki Ichiro sat at the negotiating table and signed a tripartite agreement. It's solid, mainly Uob and Satsuma people talking. Maizaki Shikamaru is an appearance with nothing to do. We do not have full opportunity to express their views of him. Finally, the new article about the signing. Article about the provisions, funded by the overseas 6 million tals of silver, to the south of Kyushu ransom. From then on, southern Kyushu and Satsuma clan were cleaned up. After signing this treaty, Dowa has legal sovereignty over southern Kyushu. The representatives of southern Kyushu unanimously agreed to merge into Dowa, and the Satsuma clan also admitted this result. But the 3 parties had no objection. This territory is so right. Except for the shogunate's shout of disapproval, No one jumped out and shouted. After all, it is only a southern Kyushu, and it cannot attract the attention of other daimyos. If the entire Kyushu island was incorporated into the Dowa, they'd be hopping. Now, some big names are a little envious of Satsuma clan, and want to sell unimportant islands or territories to Dowa. Unfortunately, Dowa refused. Display platform, a just enough article about assigned. UOB announced a change to the South 9 Southern Kyushu House, and Aboriginal government in the South 9 will be tax-free for 1 year. This news instantly reaped the hearts and minds of the people in Nanjiafu. The thinking of these people at the bottom is relatively simple. Whoever treats themselves well, they will be loyal to whomever. China to help them get rid of the brutal Satsuma, and gave them tax-free. And Satsuma ruler them up, just like a pro-dad. This benefit is only temporary. Taihua put here to fight the external display platform, modeled test area. How could just give it a little tax-free? Soon, the two companies fell household South 9 House. One is a textile factory integrating silk reeling, spinning and weaving. Receiving a purchase hibiscus cocoon, manufactured cloth. This company alone can create thousands of jobs. Another system is the salt factory. The company can rely on advanced technology of salt, so the price of salt hibiscus crash, even a threat to the rule-based Fuso elsewhere. After all, other big names harvest the wealth of the people, and controlling salt prices is one of the very important means. He can control the territory where the merchants, but not control of UOB merchants. To the time they go to some headaches. The two factories can create almost 1,500 jobs in the South Jiufu, and with the driving effect, at least 2,000 people can have income other than farming. This is the key to the prosperity of Nanjiafu people. It's real Fuso. There are a lot of labor is wasted, because they were much less, did not so much as to species. Sometime, people can only idle Fuso days. And now, the people of Nanjiafu are going to bid farewell to such a day. He can enter the factory. They kept the money. Although it will be a little harder, compared with the small amount of money in hand, this hard work is not a problem in their opinion. These are the benefits provided by Dowa, and correspondingly, Dowa also has some demands on the people of the South 9 houses. For example, learn Chinese. In the face of government, we will have to use Chinese characters. Chinese. In the public rooms, it is also to learn Chinese as soon as possible. In the new school, Chinese characters are also learned. This is a long-term task. Although it is not urgent, it cannot be left behind, because that is not a mandatory requirement that they must immediately learn and change habits. So when the enemy is up to some unhappy, but that does not therefore make trouble. Those who had just fought with Satsuma clan were not unharmed. On the contrary, many people died. Blood teach training at hand. They temporarily have the courage to do it again. Riots. In Edo, Iemitsu Tokugawa learned that Satsuma had sold territory to Dowa privately, and he could no longer sit still. He declared that Satsuma was a traitor and would lead his troops to conquer Satsuma. Of course, Edo is too far from Kyushu, and it is not so easy to conquer it. To travel by land, you have to pass through many realms of daimyos, and unless those daimyos are with him, don't want to pass by water, more dangerous risks, which in case of Dowa insert single-handedly attacked his ship, or troop transport or logistics lines, they will fail immediately. Compared with land, water is even more insecure. So, not stupid light of the Tokugawa family, its real did not intend to immediately place Satsuma, was unrealistic. He just wanted to use the excuse of attacking Satsuma clan, and then centralized power to attack those big names who didn't agree with him. The main goal of the standard is the Maga clan and Maori. As long as these two get name, he basically tantamount ruled Fuso, then you can head-to-head and UOB up. The primary purpose of the Tokugawa family of light mark is Ginza Fanamada clan. Excuse is ready. He only needs to send troops to the Satsuma clan, and in the name of the emperor, he can ask the Maga clan to send troops to the Satsuma clan. After all, in legal terms, all daimyos are still loyal to the emperor. If the Maga clan dare not send troops, So you can light the Tokugawa family in the name of the Emperor of Righteousness, to lead others to follow his name, along with punitive Meda clan. If the Meda clan shame load, to comply with the Emperor's command, send troops, Tokugawa Iemitsu can be annexed, or killed, or continue to ask Meda to pay. In short, under the banner of the Emperor, he can force the Meda clan in righteousness. Fuso on the floor figure, the three countries is very beloved. It is even their subordinates, call on the name of the Lord are used in the hereafter, and three related works. The hibiscus is also in the central plains with a number of samples. Cooked read 3 of Tokugawa family of light, to bring the emperor to the nobility of this trick, that's very mature. Of course, the Patriarch of Meda is not behind in this respect. With Dao's nibbles, the fierce fighting within Fuzang has entered a climax. Form a name of each intermixed fighting, and now, on behalf of the central shogunate end, will inevitably lead to greater confusion. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers, I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 726 chapter declared war. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers, I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 727 chapters finished. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers, I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 728 chapters expeditionary fleet. Passenger hall fell silent, Carlos Francisco for a long time and are no more. They do not know say something. It was just such a coincidence that their previous efforts were vanished. Your Excellency, what are you going to do next? After a long time, Carlos asked. No matter how outrageous Francesco is wrong, they are always in the same group. So, this time for the sake of Francisco Carlos still. Up to now, we can only request domestic troops to support it. On the other hand, we can ask Dowa for peace. If they want to keep Ceuta's stronghold, they can only resolve it with us at the negotiating table, Francisco said. In the Philippines, their strength in the face of Dowa worth mentioning. However, in Ceuta, Spain's strength can also crush Dowa's stronghold. Francisco wants to take advantage of this, making Dowa hesitate. No, Lord Governor, this time you can't involve the mainland. You bear everything yourself. You don't understand Dowa's national conditions. If we dare to attack Ceuta, they might officially declare war on us. Just a Dowa, perhaps we can still rely on distance to resist. But if Dowa and the French collude, we will face a disaster. Today, local law and contradictory lance deeper and deeper, this time not for making enemies. Carlos firmly opposed Francisco's proposal to threaten Dowa with Ceuta. Today's Spain is no longer the former Spain. She is Yinglan bullied by the French on land, this time to provoke a Yuob, this they could not have. Carlos' words disappointed Francisco. They were colonizing outside the country and constantly conveying wealth such as raw materials to the native land, hoping that the native land would provide some support when they encountered difficulties. But now, when encountering a strong enemy, the local people actually want to separate the relationship. That being the case, why do you want to recognize the Spanish royal family? The atmosphere was embarrassing for a while, and finally, in order to appease Francisco's emotions, Carlos said that he would try his best to go to Nanjing to help deal with it. Not after and San Juan, Carlos began to return. He was going to make the last attempt, but it was not enough, and he had to separate Francesco from Spain. Western European countries are not stupid. Very important relationship between television and Yuob. On the one hand, I want to maintain trade relations and make money together. On the other hand, I also want to build a good relationship with Dowa, and then obtain Dowa's advanced technology. In short, it is absolutely impossible for Spain to be hostile to China for a Philippine colony. LV-like bin kind of colony. The less they Spain in the world there are dozens. When Carlos returned to Nanjing, the people who escaped from the Philippines also reported the situation in the Philippines. So far, no one cares about Carlos. But for Carlos and clarification, saying that personal behavior has nothing to do Francisco and Spain, Spain will not intervene. Yuob must for Carlos expelled. Not over, even without being expelled. A later date will not be easy. The British Embassy, the French Embassy, and the Dutch Embassy in Nanjing were all snickering, and even inciting discord in the middle, jumping up and down. In mid-July, the Yuob Navy set off from Shanghai and headed straight for the Philippines. As for Francisco, some, due to lack of sincerity, directly ignoring Yuob, spend money like to quell public anger. Dower, how can they be so easy? With strong strength to support. The current big Chinese also appear to be very combative. Not to mention the military, they are eager to have wars every day, so that they can get all kinds of additional funds and opportunities for military merit. There are not many main battleships in this expeditionary fleet, only 10, 6 of which are semi-iron armored ships, and the others are wooden ships. Species by partitioning, which has 4 flood battleships shortage 3 cruisers, and 3 shortage frigate. The battleship is the main battle warship, with large tonnage, many artillery, and very powerful firepower, where those 2 main guns, cannons or use of technology that can transmit are more piercing. Dealing with wooden boats can basically solve them in one shot. Not before, these battleships slow, and very coal consumption, poor battery life. That is only decided when the war was a need for them. Usually cannot afford both. Therefore, after the Yuob Navy had battleships, it built some cruisers. The tonnage of these cruisers is much smaller than that of battleships, basically about 500 tons, and the firepower on them is poorly equipped, with only some small caliber artillery. This type of cruiser is generally used for some secondary missions. For example, in normal maritime patrols, cruisers are used. No way. The construction of the Navy needs to consider a cost issue. The cost of a battleship is equal to 4 or 5 cruisers. If all the more powerful battleships are built, then the military expenditure will not cost many. But Dower's coastline is so long, there are many places where warships are needed, and a sufficient number of ships must be guaranteed. In Dower's Navy, there are much more cruisers than battleships. And the frigate, compared with the cruiser, there is not much difference in firepower, but the endurance is poor and the speed is faster. This kind of warship is not suitable for patrolling, but it is suitable for driving away the enemy, as well as reconnaissance, pursuit and other tasks. According to various maritime any required task, and it evolved Yuob currently 3 main warships. The other ships are auxiliary ships. Only among the main battleships, some were semi-iron armored ships and some were wooden ships. And those auxiliary ships are all wooden. Although there were only 10 battleships in the battle this time, there were as many as 30 auxiliary ships, where the troop transport 10, collier 5, installed equipment goods transport ship 10, while several other good communication, warning and the like boats. In order to maximize the transportation capacity of these ships specially used for transportation, almost no artillery is installed, and they need to rely on the protection of warships. Without the protection of warships, they are just some fat sheep. A total of more than 40 ships, with a total tonnage of about 20,000 tons, form a fleet with independent combat capabilities. This fully equipped fleet is capable of almost any maritime mission. And like this fleet, Dower has a total of 3. One is in Shanghai, one is in Zhoushan, and the other is in Hong Kong. Either one of them can easily level an agricultural country with a population of 1 million and defeat an agricultural country with a population of 5 million. This is not bragging. After all, in addition to being invincible on the sea, the fleet is also equipped with a 5,000-man Marine Corps. These Marines equipped with new rifles, machine guns and mortars are basically hard to come by. Zihuan, I invite large Ming build aircraft carriers home collection. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 729. Chapter Manila Bay Naval Battle. The Chinese army was coming fiercely, and Francesco was truly anxious. He never expected that Dower was so determined and acted so quickly. So, he did, and he should have time. Of course, even then gave him a month, he could not think of a way to deal with. By now, Francisco can only grit his teeth to challenge. Sit pending death was not his personality, He is not played David and Goliath battle. Determine the dead after the war. His only Francisco fleet, a total of 13 full main warships sent out to ambush a bay about 15 kilometers from Manilas. Francisco is not so arrogant as to order him to be at a disadvantage, as they can beat the big front Hua Jun, not to mention the quality of warships, just the number. Therefore, he used his defensive advantages to make some layouts. There is no doubt that the Chinese army will attack Manila's stronghold when they come. This allows him to accurately predict the actions of the Chinese army without making mistakes. Francesco planned to wait for the Chinese army to attack its own sure defense artillery, and then let the fleet suddenly emerge from behind the Chinese army and attack Dao's logistics transport ships and troop carriers. As long as it causes heavy losses to the Chinese army, Dao will be worried and return to the negotiating table. This is his typical Western thinking, where interests are paramount. They rarely thought of completely destroying each other in a war, and felt that they just had to convince the other party. Western Europe's various sea battle, in fact, almost all so afraid to bear their own heavy losses. The situation is little to wipe out the other side. Basically, after the two sides fought a battle and recognized each other's strength, they were handed over to politicians to negotiate. Prior to the British-West Casa War, Spain's battle damage yet to the half, and then direct throw in the towel. Even in the future battle, the so-called largest and most intense Battle of Jutland, it was like this. Germany out of action 99 Sioux battleship, Britain dispatched 151 Sioux warships. The two sides played nearly day and night. Germany killed more than 2,000 people and sank 6 main battleships, while Britain killed more than 6,000 people and sank 14 main battleships. Then, there is no after. With so many losses, both sides are a little afraid, can't afford such a heavy loss, and dare not continue the fight. Since then, the German fleet has shrunk in the military harbor, relying on sure defense artillery protection, dare not to go out again. The British dare not to enter, or there is not much need to enter. This kind of thinking is passed down in the same vein. This time the Franco-Francisco opinion, as long as they sunk Huajun 45 warships, Huajun will feel bad loss, thereby retreat, and then find a solution to this problem in the negotiations. He has suffered from not understanding the great Chinese. If he understands, he will not have the idea of resisting at all. As soon as the Chinese army comes, he should carry his pants and run away, because as for now you are or is easy to kill enemies, or that spend a large expense to kill the enemy no compromise possible. The pride of the great Chinese does not allow the military to compromise, let alone compromise. The enemy would have to surrender unconditionally if he wants to surrender to the Chinese army. Those Hai Huan mentioned conditions have largely been ignored. To Huajun is so confident and overbearing. On the 20th, the expeditionary fleet entered Manila Bay after the frigate confirmed the safety of the surrounding waters. Subsequently, 3 of the battleships approached the port and launched an attack against the Spanish sure defense artillery. This is no way. If the coastal defense artillery is removed, the Marines will not be able to land rashly. No, the coastal defense guns to several waves of artillery fire, a landing force that will be able to kill QD Hanian. Those coastal defense guns have a distinctive feature, and they have a large caliber, because that does not require mobility. So the weight of the gun does not matter. In pursuit of power, these coastal defense guns are made to go big. Among the Spanish coastal defense guns, there are even several thousand kilograms of artillery that can fire 20 kilograms of shells. Being hit by such a shell, even a warship with iron armor on its surface would not be able to withstand the impact. Not before. Huajun cannot be afraid of their guns, more violent than the Spaniards. Hongwu, Hongzong, the main artillery of the Hongguang battleship, produced almost 20 catties of shells, and they were still armor-piercing shells, whose power was not the same. As the 3 battleships entered the range of the Spaniards' artillery, their artillery rang first. He had relied on the height of the fort, occupying some range of advantages. It's real no advantage, hung wide number of gun range much farther than the Spanish artillery. Not only before, only 2 guns, expect this to 2 guns, do not know how long it takes to blow up the enemy's artillery positions completely destroyed. Moreover, on warships, each artillery equipped with a limited number of shells, basically around 40. So, I want to destroyed the Spanish artillery positions. Those auxiliary guns also need to spend. Those auxiliary guns' range is slightly shorter, you will have to come a little closer. The Spanish artillery sounded, and soon the Chinese artillery sounded along with it. Boom! A hair or more piercing shot in the side of a cannon, a huge explosion impact, directly to the people in this group of gun blown to the ground. Some people are unlucky, and when they blow up, their head hits the barrel of the gun, which is also fatal. And the few people who were shot in a single shot, even their bodies became incomplete, and none of them were complete. Those soldiers who were not hit by a single shot or hit their heads were also buzzed in their heads, and they were a little confused for a while. This same time, a large number of artillery shells fell in Spain, exploded, killing Crazy with their artillery. And he had to use warship damage. It is to allow Francisco's stunned round of shelling. They have 3 shells hit the big China battleship. The hit rate of about 2% is not low. If Dowa is a traditional wooden ship, these 3 shells can almost sink a warship. But now, because all the hits were small artillery shells, these shells hit Dowa's ship's side, only making Dowa's warship tremble. If Aberdeen fine observation, then he can be seen smashed in those places there have been some depression. However, through binoculars, but it is unable to see such subtle changes. In Francisco's view, Dowa's warship was hit by a few shells and then came out unscathed. What a shit! Francisco almost vomited blood. This situation made him too uncomfortable and too aggrieved. Up to now, he can only hope that his fleet can catch the Chinese army by surprise. Otherwise the words, he would 100% this port to fall. In the distance, after hearing the sound of the guns, the Spanish fleet immediately set sail and headed straight for Manila Bay. Zihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 730 chapters. Second defeat. The Spanish fleet arrived very quickly, less than 10 kilometers away, and they arrived in more than half an hour. At this time, the Chinese army has not yet resolved Spain's coastal defense artillery. After all, the firing speed of their artillery is relatively slow, and the accuracy of the head is not very accurate. The Chinese frigate first spotted the enemy's fleet, and then immediately issued a semaphore warning. Suffering a sneak attack, the Chinese army did not panic. There are only 3 battleships used to fight the coastal defense artillery. They also have 1 battleship, 3 cruisers and 3 frigates to protect the transport team, which is still a powerful force. Spaniards, due to lack of experience and the steam engine fleet operations, some things are wrong. If it were pure sails, it would be more difficult for the fleet to turn around and steer in places where the wind is not strong in the bay. In the view of the Spaniards, when the Chinese army found them, it would definitely be too late to rearrange, and they could bully the transport ships without firepower. This is the meaning of the sneak attack. If it weren't for this cheapness, they didn't need to attack. Anyway, the sea battle in the end, laid out formation on the radio. However, the Spaniard did not test into account, Huajun those capital ships, are invariably push steam or steam and sail hybrid. He had quickly completed the turn, stand in front of the transport ship, waiting for the arrival of the Spanish fleet. The fast maneuvering of the Chinese warship brightened the eyes of the Spaniards. For a while, they were all embarrassed. Continue the fight, but they just want to eat the loss. Don't say whether they can play. Even if they can win, they will have to lose a lot. Retreat. Do you want Manila anymore? Without Manila, they don't even have a place to supply them, so they can only wander at sea. Around the time of embarrassed that they had approached Huajun. As of now, it really won't work if you don't fight. Fire. On the Hongyuan, the captain and also the supreme commander of the fleet Liu Anghai gave the order to fire. He is the number 3 figure in the Dowa Navy, Except for the veterans of the Navy Wu Yi and Bai Banian, he has the highest seniority. Fuzu Sea Battle, the Battle of Taiwan Guang, Higashima War, has his shadow. It can be considered a veteran. The sound of the artillery sounded, and the main artillery of Hongyi Yuan roared. Sea Army shelling and shooting are generally very low. However, this time their luck was particularly good. Shot of Hongyi Yuan's main gun hit a Spanish battleship. Then, the other ship of the Spanish army. Never forget the scene they see. Armor-piercing shells directly through the side of the ship, launched into the interior of the cabin, then bomb before explosion. Originally this armor-piercing explosive power has been terrible, but why the explosion when it lit cabin of gunpowder? The explosion directly lifted the deck, blasting the warship into two pieces, and breaking it into two pieces from the middle. At the explosion place, the fire was burning and the seawater was pouring in frantically. Previous sea battle, called the scene after the ship shot water seepage, and now this scene, called irrigation. Direct seawater surge of brain that it poured into the ship in half, and then immediately ship sinking, one of the few survivors of the boat, and even have time to save themselves, followed fell into the sea. Other board of the Spanish army seeing this, many people legs and soft, and some people are even scared of urine. This is terrible. Soldiers were not so easy to die when the ship was shot in the past. They had time to escape in a small boat to save themselves. But now, the power of Dao's artillery is beyond their imagination. Face of such a gun were just killed in the artillery, which also beat SR. In addition to the main artillery on the Hongyi Yuan, the other secondary artillery, as well as the artillery on the cruiser and frigate fired one after another. Although the power of these artillery pieces is far less than that of the Hongyi Yuan's main guns, they are more powerful and hit more. Moreover, the power of these artillery is small, which is compared with the main gun of the Hongyi Yuan. Compared with the Spaniards' artillery, it is also strong and outrageous. A few pieces of artillery shells fell on the deck, exploded, killing of a large Spanish sailors. Until Dao's navy finished a wave of shelling, the Spanish remembered to fight back. They were all frightened before. Although I remembered to fight back, it was a pity that due to the huge gap between their artillery and Dao artillery, such a counterattack did not make much sense at all. Yes, even good luck, because those cruisers maintained a low speed in sports, so the Spanish counterattack there are several shells hit Huajun warships. Then, he had also noticed the commander Francisco and the same feelings. Looking at the majestic warship that had been shot but had no damage, the Spanish commander collapsed. Withdrawal, QH, his ships were cast a spell. His unsinkable ship. Some refer to commanders directly shouted for the retreat. I do not want to continue playing. This made the Spaniards who are still resisting extremely speechless. Their artillery has only been fired twice, so they retreat. Although not reconciled, they can't help it. Friends of the army in retreat, not to reclaim their own, would not be left behind to die. The Spanish fleet that came to support quickly turned around, trying to escape. But how could the Chinese army make them what they wanted, relying on the speed advantage? Several frigates and cruisers followed, and followed the Spanish fleet with non-stop shelling. This caused the Spaniards to panic even more and completely lost their command. A ship scurried like headless flies, and even two of them ran into each other in a panic, and the Chinese army who was watching were extremely speechless. Even if it is a pirate, its level is not so bad. Spanish Sea Army of course not be so bad, but was too frightened of them, come up with some outrageous action. It is no wonder the Spanish fleet came quickly and lost quickly. Looking at this scene, Francisco on the shore fell into speechlessness without giving any more instructions. Look like, just give up on themselves the same. At this time, the Spanish artillery suffered heavy casualties and collapsed and fled. Looking at the body side of people die one by one, the individual will be fear. Plus they do not arrange Governor Francisco team to supervise operations tough. These people naturally hesitate to choose to escape. As the sound of the artillery gradually subsided, the Chinese army also approached the pier, preparing to land. Originally, Francesco had also set up a line of defense at the pier, but seeing the low morale of the troops, coupled with the dreadful artillery, he recovered and gave the order to defend Lingbao. Up to now, he can only rely on Lingbao's solid fortifications and consume Dowa until Dowa can't sustain it. If you can't hold on, then surrender. For their Western Europeans, they can do their best to fight, but surrender if they fail. This is the standard process. Zihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 731 chapters. Tortoise shell. The Spaniards retreated to Lingbao and gave up, preventing the Chinese army from landing, so the Chinese army's landing went smoothly. After landing, the Chinese army did not rush to attack, but set up camp honestly. Those who returned from Ceuta brought back some information about Lingbao. Therefore, Liu Wanghai knows that this kind of castle is not easy to fight, especially when there is no artillery. The Lingbao in Manila is a little far away from the port. The artillery range of the Chinese warship is not enough, so some cannons that can be removed can only be removed. By the next day, the construction of the barracks was completed, and more than half of the detachable artillery on the ship had been moved down, and the number reached 300. The chase hit the Spanish Navy, who also returned to the harbor. He had relied on speed, basically sunk and captured all of warships. Only 12 lucky escaped. Not 2 that are no longer important, that kind of lost supply base ships. Basically, there were no combat. Even if you want to return to Spain, it takes a bit of luck. Dutch road base Blue and the Portuguese discovered this solitary warship. Inevitably will not mind bad idea, grab easily give up. With cannons, Sea Army Corps of Fort Maniling launched a tentative attack. First, a lot of shelling was carried out, but the effect was not satisfactory. There are a lot of defensive measures on Fort Ling. Howitzer shells did not cause too much destruction to the other party. After that, the Chinese army replaced solid bullets and tried to knock down the enemy's city walls. However, the thickness of these walls exceeded Liu Wanghai's imagination. The defensive power of this Lingbao was several times higher than the city wall of Jiazhuang. Hundreds of pieces of artillery shells down, the walls of which turned out to be absolutely still. It's not easy to fight. The commander of the Marine Brigade, Guan Yanqi, put down the binoculars and said helplessly. He was a person who transferred from the army to the navy in the early years. He had some experience in land warfare, but he did not know anything about it. With the shape and height of the Lingbao, he knew at a glance that it was not easy to fight. After testing the thickness of the artillery, he became more certain of his judgment. Off Long did not have any ideas. Liu Wanghai asked, although he is the commander-in-chief, the specific tactical arrangements on land still depend on Guan Yanqi. Either be besieged for a long time and starve to death the people inside, or send someone back to Nanjing, and then transport a batch of solid bombs over, day and night, or dig tunnels to see if you can bury gunpowder. If you rush, I won't, suggested. Even if our rifle is superior, it is not easy to get in. Guan Yanqi talked about several plans, but they didn't sound very good. Long-term siege will definitely not work. The small county towns of Lingbao and Dowa are so big, and God knows how much grain is stored in them. If there is sufficient enough food and water, which was under siege to one of these years. If you spend too long, even if they take this place, and evaluations were certainly very low, it might even be punishment. Back-transported gun shells supplied be no problem, but Liu Wanghai worry, even if it is procured these shells, it may not be able to put these walls Hongtao. After all, if it can't be blasted down in a short period of time, at night, or when the shelling is suspended, the enemy can find time to repair it. The time consumed in vain shells are small. Yob is not bad this money, it is important waste of time. Dig a tunnel. You can try this, but you can't hope too much. As for the storm, Liu Wanghai did not support it even more. His body was commander-in-chief, many aspects to consider. He had the attack in Manila, if the Marine Corps casualties too. The army estimates it will take the opportunity to launch an attack. For example, it refers to the responsibility that they will not Navy Marine, powertrain and command like the Marine Corps plans to make the army, which Zoxin up. If he is succeeded by the army, he will bear the main responsibility. Therefore, Liu Wanghai not only wants to take down Manila, but also to fight beautifully, to prove it to the army, so that those who like the army will shut up. Off Brigade Long, this war off our navy's face. You must fight. Liu Junqi Guan Wanghai patted on the shoulder, then stepped to leave. He attacked Fort Ling Finger Command Authority, all to turn off the Yanqi. Let him get there. It is both power and pressure. Guan Yunqi also had a headache looking at Nao Lingbao. He didn't have a better way for the time being, so he could only order to dig a tunnel quietly first. If they could reach a successful blow up those walls, then everything will be fine. Guan Yunqi was worried, and Francesco was even more worried. He was the one who was besieged and bullied. Francisco shut himself up and drank booze. Halfway through the drink, he calmly stopped. Due to the existence of wine in Fort Ling, much cannot be a long-term plan to drink, until the back off the wine. It may be necessary to his old life, not only save much wine, too little food stocks, most just enough for them to eat 2 or 3 months. After eating for these 2 or 3 months, he didn't know what to do. He felt an inexplicable irritability at the thought of this awful thing. Finally, one of the maids who served him was taken care of, and only then did the fire a little bit. But this is temporary. Hanging sword above his head is always a big concern. Your Excellency, why don't we take the initiative to ask for peace? His subordinates persuaded that they were clearly unable to fight at the moment, and there was no point in continuing to fight. No, wait for a while, let them know how powerful our Lingbao is before they go for peace. Otherwise, they thought I was a bully, maybe they would put up some very harsh conditions. Francesco also decided to ask for peace. After all, no matter how strong the castle is, they can only surrender after the food is finished. Since it is destined to be undefeated, then peace is the only way out. But he didn't want to ask for peace now, because that seemed too weak for him. It's better to stick to it first and let Dao know how powerful Lingbao is. When the time comes to seek peace, Dao may consider the uneconomical issues and agree to the negotiation. By that time, he will not be completely passive at the negotiating table. Francisco, this idea, it would not be able wrong. Even in history, all over the world, there are many examples that are the same as he thought. Although the offensive has a tendency to win, but considering the issue of losses, they will eventually accept negotiations. However, Dao today is so different from the previous regimes. Because you are strong, let them from top to bottom. The country people have a strong sense of superiority. So, his way of thinking, and the former forces often have differences. If Francesco unconditionally surrendered for mercy now, Dao might spare him in order to maintain his broad-minded image. But if he didn't know how to live or die, and tried to make Dao jealous, he was purely looking for death. Due to superiority in everything, no matter how difficult place to play, Yuob will not be afraid. The tougher the enemy, the tougher they will be. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 732. Chapter support arrived. Rewind. It's poisonous. In the tunnel dug by the Chinese army, a pungent smell suddenly appeared, which scared the Chinese army to retreat quickly. Less than 2/3 of the people who escaped from the tunnel. This is a poisonous gas made by the Spaniards with sulfur, and it is not very poisonous. But in a tunnel that is difficult to breathe by itself, a little more of this irritating gas would be quite fatal. The method of digging tunnels failed. When the enemy always guards against the opponent digging tunnels, the success rate of tunnel offensives will be greatly reduced. After all, it is much easier to destroy tunnels than to dig tunnels. It took a few days to dig a tunnel, and it was destroyed by the enemy 3 times and 5 times, which was also quite moral wounding. Afterwards, the Chinese army tried to dig a hole forcibly to bury explosives, let a large number of infantry raise their guns for cover, and then pushed a cowhide cart to dig the hole under the city wall. However, deep-fried ordinary city wall, dig a small hole on it. But if you want to blow up the wall that is several meters thick, you need to bury a lot of gunpowder, and you must dig a big hole. The Spaniards have a high degree of advantage, Even if they keep dropping bombs, they can also bring a lot of damage to the Chinese army. In desperation, he who has only given up this way, Brigade Long, why let us withdraw? Vapid him to death. Hundreds of people, I will not do this. Pit dug out. The airway of the 2nd Battalion commander who was removed was really too aggrieved. Hundreds of people, then 10% of the battle loss. Guan Yanqi said he had a total of only 5,000 people. This corps died a few hundred people, and that is a great loss. The Chinese army only suffered such large battle damage in the early days. After the founding of the People's Republic, there has been almost no such large battle damage. Their Marine Corps cannot make an exception to this example. He had to fight a battle it was just in, but not fighting a battle, have to win this place in the allotted time. Therefore, battle damage must be controlled. Guan Yanqi was still thinking about it, but after 10 days, the people who went to replenish the solid bullets brought them good news. Wu Yin has learned after their plight. Wu Qingqing ran in front of a wave of selling badly, then borrowed from an artillery regiment guards where to go support. This is an artillery regiment equipped with cannons, and cannons can fire armor-piercing shells, and any city wall is full of clouds in front of it. Plus farming to a gun, Guan Qiyun laughed. With this kind of big killer, what other walls in the world can't be blasted open? While Guan Yanqi was hosting Lu King and discussing plans for tomorrow's offensive, Francesco actually sent an envoy to negotiate peace with Dower. Off your honor, I think the reason you did not reject the truce. Both sides are good. Continue to hit, the two sides will only add unnecessary casualties. Spain Messenger Castillo said. Negotiations. You should never expose your bottom line. So, even if Castillo are keen to promote peace talks, but on the surface, he is still quite arrogant. He tried to use this method to convey a message that they were not afraid to continue fighting. Before switching to the cannon camp, Guan Yanqi saw Castro's face, and was afraid that he would be half to death. But now, he watches Castro just like he watches the clown. That is to say, he still has a little city mansion, so he didn't laugh directly, not before, the kind of disdain in his face, or inadvertently flowing out. This made Castro very angry. He felt that he had not received the respect he deserved, and Guan Yanqi was very insincere and rude. I came here and took the initiative to ask for peace talks, but Guan Yanqi had no feedback at all, which was too much. In his anger and confusion when Guan Xiyun spoke up, go back and sue V. Francisco, tomorrow must all lay down their arms, open the gates, unconditional surrender. Otherwise, tomorrow will launch a military offensive. Castillo do not understand the man in front. How can the system 5,000 soldiers, a high official in the Dower when, with 5,000 troops, this is already a senior officer in Spain. Too naive. I don't know what to do. Castillo Yanqi Guan certainly do not believe the so-called offensive. After all, Yob means they have had the experience. There is nothing special about it. Therefore, Guan Yanqi said this, in Castro's view, it was purely a dead duck with a hard mouth. This is very naive for a general with 5,000 troops. At this moment, Castro even wanted to go to Dower as an official. He felt that with his reliable quality, he could definitely be a high-ranking official. Guan Yanqi didn't know the thoughts of this guy, otherwise I'm afraid he would really have to laugh directly. Castillo returned to Fort Ling. The process of reporting a trace does not leak. Do not believe the results, Francisco. He didn't believe that Guan Yanqi would have such an attitude and would say such outrageous things, which was not in line with common sense. Taihuahas currently obviously did not get his way. There would be emboldened to make their unconditional surrender, is simply outrageous. Your Excellency, I swear in the name of God, I absolutely didn't tell a lie. That damn big Chinese, he is so stupid. Castillo even at the bet on the name of God. Sigh. Francesco sighed. Although he liked to laugh at others for their stupidity, this time he was not in that mood. Instead, he hoped that Guan Yanqi would be shrewd and understand the situation, and then everyone would shake hands and make peace, and stop fighting. He was quite uncomfortable during this period. Although it seems that Dower has no way to take their Lingbao, This is based on the premise that they are highly concentrated and defensive. As long as he had been a little lax, it is possible to dig tunnels Huajun wall. It is possible to touch the wall by night, also possible to use other means. In short, Dower is just the hardship that cannot be attacked, but they are the hardship of defending at all times. In the past half a month, the soldiers underneath have been complaining, and all of them are depressed. This kind of life that can be lost at any time and fearful is really not a life he had also reason to adhere to, only because no other way. As long as there are some other ways, those soldiers may escape. So, Buddha Lansi Trask really want to make peace as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Diehua do not fit Chi Guanyan of stupid make him extremely uncomfortable. Francisco can only give an order to let everyone stick to it for a while. He believed that as long as he persisted for a while, the Chinese army would definitely not be able to stand the collapse. He did not guess wrong. The previous Huajun really depressed uncomfortable. However, when the 18 cannons arrived, the Chinese army was very excited. The next day, the Chinese army's artillery opened again and aimed at Lingbao. After learning the news, Francisco came to the observation deck and saw that the Chinese army was still the same, and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers, I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty-built aircraft carrier update speed. 733 chapters or rely on the Arab-Israeli weapons. Fire. With Lu King's order, the cannon regiment began to fire. The other red cannons also fired. It's better than nothing, and it will be more or less effective. Do not economic, but also zwang momentum, resulting in psychological deterrent to the enemy. A large number of artillery shells hitting the walls, those solid iron ball, without exception, have been ridiculed at thick walls. And at this time, those armor-piercing projectiles were showing off. Limited by the current increase agricultural gun technology, these armor-piercing power of fact, not particularly large, at least no way to run through walls, only a short head pierced the walls. Immediately afterwards, the pierced part exploded, blowing up the masonry. Any armor-piercing bomb hit the place, they have left a huge hole, like a big scar. Not two, from the walls of fried comes in a long way. Its outrageous thick walls. Ghosts know when the Spaniards built waste much heart blood. What's going on? By Francisco's smile gradually disappeared. He saw those flying masonry, suddenly feeling a kind of ominous. For a while, his subordinates didn't know what was going on. Moreover, the Chinese army's artillery was so dense that they did not dare to check it out. Do not see the past. After several rounds of bombing, they can clearly see some of the walls were severely damaged. What shell is this? Francisco asked again, but no one responded. His perception of them, the greater the volume, the higher the quality of the shells, the greater the power. However, in the artillery positions of the Chinese army, there is no particularly large artillery. If there were any guns of the level of sure defense guns, they could see them at a glance. After all, they were too conspicuous. Moreover, even that kind of artillery could not be so powerful. Before the emergence of the rifled gun, the damage of the shells to the walls of Lingbo was extremely limited. Otherwise, Western Europeans would not fall in love with such a military fortress. Look, it seems that it was shot from a cannon with a very long barrel. An officer pointed to the direction of the cannon regiment in the Chinese army. Several others are expected to telescope. Officers have raised their binoculars. Then I saw Huajun those cannons different. Although I don't know why this artillery is so powerful, at least it is certain that this artillery brought disaster. The guns one way or another city walls, the kind of long-barreled gun at the enemy launch, put more than a dozen artillery destroyed, Francisco said. He had in fact, there are a number of guns in town, but despite how Huajun after the bombing, they are not out on the boom, because as they know their own dozens of artillery pieces, and Huajun on the worthwhile. He had been to keep, such as Huajun want to launch a massive offensive time, and then suddenly out massacres infantry. This is a trick left by Francisco, but at this time, out of fear of the Chinese cannon, he can no longer take care of it. Solving the current problem is the key. Spanish line moving up, a cannon is loaded onto the walls, and develops a counterattack. The artillery of the Chinese army immediately became happy. They had been trying to push out the enemy's artillery and failed to succeed. As a result, they were afraid to launch a general offensive casually. Well now, the enemy's artillery finally appeared. Destroy those who destroy the city. Ordinary artillery wall when no contribution at this time have put pomegranate shells, then directed at the enemy artillery began to fire. City hit the wall. They cannot, they kill artillery line. Yeah. Not only him who even cannon regiment, this time also suspended the strike on the walls, but the muzzle pointed at the enemy's artillery. After all, the city wall is a dead thing. There is no threat to them, and it can be hit any time. The enemy's artillery, although the lethality is touching, is still a bit lethal after all. These artillery soldiers who operate the cannons are all the treasures who have studied and have a high education, and the death of LV King will feel distressed. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, the enemy's artillery has become the priority target. Thus, the Spanish legislation artillery horses suffer. The number of artillery of the Chinese army was 7 or 8 times that of the Spaniards, and the lethality of the artillery shells was even greater, and the artillery had more experience. The Chinese artillery, with many advantages, immediately took the absolute advantage after turning the muzzle, and beat the Spanish artillery. It was horrible. Some artillery groups were bombarded by 2 shells at the same time, and the shrapnel shot almost without dead ends. A whole group of people was bombed in this way, and 10 would not save 3. Even worse is being added. Agriculture gun hit the gun crew, great explosive power, the people gave ripping off. The people at the center of the explosion had no bones left. At that moment, a lot of Spanish direct artillery collapse. Your Excellency, you can't fight anymore. Let the artillery go down. It was hastily built meeting. Those are all treasure. Your artillery, yeah, not cheap infantry. Each train of artillery is not easy. He who cannot afford to lose. Francisco wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then gave an order for the artillery to retreat. He knew that he could shoot at the artillery of the Chinese army, and he also knew that it was impossible to withdraw the artillery. However, he had no choice. Everyone eyes wide open looking at the walls are gradually thinning. In some places there have been a large gap. At this rate, within 2 hours, their walls would be exploded. At that time, they will be safe to defend. Your Excellency, or we should raise the white flag and surrender. Kazitliu persuade the road. He finally understood why so arrogant Huajun yesterday, and this time is the regret of late has been. By now, in addition to his surrender have been no choice. Surrender. Would they let us go if they surrendered? Ordered to be prepared to defend the gap. The Chinese are all cowards and can't afford the loss, otherwise they would have launched a general offensive long ago. So, as long as I have to hold the gap, they cause some to destruction, they will be able to push back. Francisco said angrily. From Dao's attitude yesterday, he realized that he had missed the opportunity to surrender. This again surrender. The following ordinary soldiers certainly can narrow escape, but he, as well as those officials, certainly no good end. High probability will be put to death. It is better to fight to the death. In his opinion, Huajun is more afraid of death, and he still has a chance. Francisco get a reminder. A few finger commanders also affirm determination to resist. Do not over-determination is, but it is also lingering fears. He were all afraid that Huajun attack came in his little life will not be maintained. The Spaniards are still laying lines of defense in the city, while the Chinese artillery continues to bombard wildly. Large about more than 2 hours later, that side walls, and finally is blown out of a few tens of meters long hole. Subsequently, the Chinese army also issued the order of the general offensive. At this moment, the Marines had waited for more than half a month, and they were already suffocated. Zihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 734 chapters captured. It was destroyed. Ruined city walls, not to say that was removed. In fact, the ruins after the shelling are still 2 or 3 meters high. but there is no way to stand on them and place defensive materials, and their defense power is greatly reduced. This is enough for the Chinese army. The reason why they didn't always attack before was because they were also hit by multifaceted attacks on the city wall during the general attack. But now, they only need to face some temporarily deployed enemy troops on the ruins, and the places that need to be guarded are greatly reduced. The defensive side still has a bit of advantage, but this advantage is very small, and the Chinese army can use the weapon advantage to smooth out this disadvantage. The Chinese army is approaching. The troops on both sides are responsible for suppressing the enemies on the walls that have not collapsed at both ends, while the middle troops are responsible for attacking fortifications and breaking into the city. As the gunfire rang, the Spaniards in the city began to fight back. Not too convenient to stand on the ruins, so not many defenders in the ruins. Is their flintlock, its power mainly from intensive shooting. Quasihayad is Zewang Bushang. With fewer people, the power is naturally smaller. The Huami was lazy and fired back and charged directly. After the close, he had another advance in accordance with infantry tactics. One cover protection, assault another person, alternating forward. Or maybe one group is responsible for covering, and the other group charges and advances alternately. As a result, he had not only keep the enemy on the ruins of the threat, the enemy will not dare to take hold, but step by step, and on the radio then simply blindly charge better. After arriving under the rubble, the Chinese commando first threw a wave of grenades. Then with the heavy smoke and the chaos of the enemy, he climbed up the ruins and entered the hand-to-hand combat. The number of Spanish food deficit, and soon the ruins fall. Not too behind the ruins, they also make up a new line of defense. Shoot against Huajun ruins. The Chinese army did not panic, and took advantage of some of the rubble in the ruins to evade and counterattack. His much higher hit rate than their rifle Spaniards. More importantly, they can hide their own stature in the case of fire. While Hispanics loading difficulties, we need to expose the body's field of vision Huajun. This kind of shooting, the Chinese army took advantage of it. He can easily shoot each other, and the Spaniards. It is a long time are not hit opponents shot alonely. At the beginning, the Spaniards could still insist, but as more and more people fell, some of their soldiers did not dare to appear anymore, looking for shelters to hide. As a result, the Chinese army took the opportunity to advance and rushed to the range of the grenade. Another wave of grenade cleared the way, and then advanced through the smoke. And other anti-Spaniards again should the time come. Huajun bin rushed to the front of them. At this point in the battle, the Spaniards have lost their fighting spirit. If you are familiar with the French and playing in the city of the moment wall fell, they would like to give a white flag. The Spanish soldiers kept surrendering, and the wise people knew to throw away their weapons or kneel down to show their harmless side. With this attitude, Chinese soldiers can understand what they mean at a glance. There are also some people who are silly or nervous. They shouted that I would surrender and that I had taken them. Unfortunately, he had kind words to say. Huajun where soldiers understand. People who don't understand the fast-paced Spaniards often feel that they are cursing. Seeing that they refused to lay down their weapons and kept flaring their teeth and swearing, the soldiers of the Chinese army just shot out for safety. Gunshots, explosions, and screams continued in the castle, creating a mess. Full support continued for more than a child. Ling Fort Huajun was put completely under control. In this battle, the Spaniards killed more than 700 people and captured more than 14,100 people. Not two. Among the 4,000 people, only about 4,500 Spaniards, leaving nearly 1 million people are local indigenous. Before the Spaniards servant, in the open after the war, among adult men who were conscripted as soldiers. Among the more than 4,000 Spaniards, there are only more than 1,000 professional soldiers, and nearly 1,000 are also temporary conscripts of ordinary people. The rest are old and weak women and children. This is why there are obviously many people in the castle, but they surrendered directly after hundreds of people died. They were all mobs. When the city wall did not collapse, they could still stand up, and when the city wall fell, their psychological defense was breached. On the Chinese side, only more than 80 people were killed in the battle, about an 1/10 of the enemy's. It was a good result. After all, they were the one to attack the fortress. The ammunition was consumed a lot, but the Chinese army didn't care. After all, it is much easier to make ammunition than to raise a person to the age of being a soldier. It is not a cannon, not the advanced weapons would not have fought. Liu Wanghai laughed at himself. As a veteran, he's experienced the cold weapons. That time of war, was lucky to be able to win, where they dare expect battle damage control. And now the Huajun has become very delicate, without first into the weapon, preferring to spend time, not willing to take life to the storm. Liu Wanghai doesn't know whether this change is good or bad. Although this can reduce battle damage, he is always worried that such an army will not be able to fight hard battles, which is a hidden danger. Then let the people in the arsenal develop more advanced weapons and keep beating the enemy. It feels good, Guan Yanqi said optimistically. Next trip off the long march should be armed in the surrounding fields, where those dissatisfied gave clean up. Now comes a trip. You cannot go home empty-handed. This area of Luzon, as well as the islands to the south, must be included in my Dowa territory. Liu Wanghai said. To break expansion of soil, this credit is not naturally due. It's easy. The Spaniards are stronger on Luzon Island, and the others don't even have many guns. The indigenous people in the south are even scarce with cold weapons. Only not too easy to play down. The rule is difficult to maintain. They had to go to the court and let them send officials as soon as possible to establish administrative institutions. Guan Yanqi said. Both business meeting some follow-up plan. Liu Wanghai to plan a few days the battleship back. Let off a person in this Yunqi presided over the overall situation. Consumers destroy the Spanish fleet. The waters of this area a maximum of only some of the pirates. The battleship left in this is simply a waste. Leaving a few first frigate can put those pirates scared to death. Moreover, those warships went through a naval battle, and some ships were damaged and needed repairs. The same time, supplies of ammunition and the like also need to add. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 735. Chapter Catch Whale Industry. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 736. Chapters Royal Zoo. Merchants are chasing profits, and as soon as they find that whaling is profitable, it immediately resembles a shark that smells of blood. Wu Qingqing no, this space-time whale, also destined to encounter such a disaster. Of course, he could wayward under an order prohibiting the catch whales. But doing this has no meaning except to make people in the world feel that he is ill. It is simply wishful thinking to expect people of this era to protect rare animals. What's more, Wu Qingqing view, even a biological extinction, not a big deal. Are there few extinct creatures in the history of the Earth? The Earth does not rotate anymore. What's more, even the Wu Qingqing love flooding, wayward under the command order. But there is no guarantee the role of protecting whales. After all, he can only prohibit the Chinese from hunting whaling, but can he control other Western Europeans? He had not hunted. Some people will go. It's cheaper people in other countries, Wu Qingqing feel, not as their own cheaper to put that account. Just like some developed countries in the original time and space, they first relied on advanced technology to kill the whales to the end, and then asked the world to protect the whales together. The United States calls it its name to love animals and protect endangered species. This operation is really fucking shameless. He had to kill a whale, but still want others to follow together to protect the country. He had a fortune by pollution of the environment, and then ask other countries to follow to protect the environment. He who rely on trafficking in Africa's population earn enough seed capital, then ask other countries to stop the slave trade to respect human rights. Although, protecting endangered species, protecting the environment, and respecting human rights are all right. However, he then ask others to do it over after their first bad thing, made enough benefits are not allowed to dry. which is very special. What outrageous. Later, some well-known, we see prohibit catching whales law was first proposed by a country first. This country would advocate good and loving. The water content of this brain is probably more than 99.9%. Wu Qingqing felt that they would be let our efforts to increase whaling, and then use these resources to develop national power. After other countries have acquired whaling technology, he came to promulgate a law prohibiting whaling, requiring countries all over the world to work together to protect whales. Who dares to be disobedient, then beat him up. If you can't stop others from being shameless, it's better to be shameless yourself. The time and then to control public opinion, fiercely condemned the brutal place that is not civilized. How you can kill whales, as well as carrying the wood. Thinking of this, Wu Qingqing felt refreshed. As long as you have the strength, you can do whatever bad things you do. Or, everyone knows it in their hearts, but because of the opponent's strength, they can only pretend to be confused. Sitting on a tiger skin chair, holding ivory chopsticks, and picking up a piece of whale meat, the emperor's life was so simple and unpretentious. After dinner, he accompanied his son and daughter to the zoo in the palace to see rare animals: tigers, lions, pandas, golden monkeys, elephants. "I want to ride a tiger," the eldest son of the Emperor Wu Kan said milkily. Few people can let Wu Qingqing silent. This little bastard did. Wu Qingqing do not know how to explain to his son, himself did not dare to ride this thing. Not many nonsense. The tiger will eat you. Liu Minutes said. It dared to eat me. I ate it first. Wu Kan said. Wu Qingqing found that rabbit cubs were brought up because when eunuchs for the ancestors, so courage is particularly great. He can tell whether this kind of character is good or bad, but whether it's good or bad, he doesn't have a good idea. He is destined to not have so much time to educate his children personally, and letting the eunuch to accompany Wu Kan to grow up will inevitably make him arrogant and domineering. Let the civil servants educate him, and the ghost knows what ideas those civil servants will instill in Wu Kan. Wu Qingqing temporarily did not expect a good idea, but he is not urgent. Even, he felt that Wu Kan had a high probability of not having a chance to succeed as the emperor. After all, he is only 20 years old now. He pays attention to maintenance, plus the various special drugs in the system. There is no problem in living to 80 or 90 years old. In Stand Still Long Brandala still only stand on this issue. Wu Qingqing is biased in favor of established talent. To time have the ability to pick a burden sharing from Prince Huang's son. He can be assured, if the leader is standing, if the eldest son is a fool, no matter how much power is given to him, he will still be played around by the ministers. These are things that are very far in the future, and Wu Qingqing didn't think too much for the time being. For his children, he is more inclined to make them happy, and he doesn't need all of them to become talents. Of course, there is Wu Qingqing thinks so. For the mothers of those princes, they would not neglect the education of their sons. Like Miao Ping, born the second son of Emperor Wu Yu, do not over just 2.5 only, but very rules, which are the result of severe Miao Ping teach tract. Because for the people to be taboo royal name, so when Wu Qingqing to take the name of the child, are taking some uncommon words as possible. As for the name of the intended meaning, he does not care how, anyway, is a code name. Born in people's homes, even if it is called Zhao Dai Dai, he cannot become emperor. Stupid, here. Wu Nianxi, the eldest daughter of Chen Yuan's emperor, trot all the way to the two pandas. The pandas had a gentle temperament and were not locked in a cage. Hey yo my princess. Too small prison to go to catch up quickly, though panda docile temperament, but afraid of everything in case of an accident, he had to take care of these people in charge, will be anger 100%, they do not dare risk. Must always pay attention to the safety of the emperor's heirs. The eunuch who was in charge of taking care of the emperor's second daughter born to Dao was lucky. Wu Nianjiao had a calm temperament. Shi Hai Huan dog. Big Jade also gave her a raised rhubarb dog. Because the dog is mankind's following a long time, so psychic, to be safer than other pets. Wu Nianjiao just lay on rhubarb's back, and the rhubarb dog did not resist. Instead, it is also time staring at caged animals. Stand in front of Wu Nanjiao. He maintained an alert appearance. The moment seemed ready to defend their master. I have to say that the dog is the most spiritual species of all animals. Even if it was the eunuch who fed it, it actually knew that Wu Nanjiao was the main one, and never paid attention to the eunuch who fed it, which was quite amazing. Today, Wu Qingqing already had 5 children, and 1/3 son of Emperor Yang Xiao born soon. In addition, Chen Yuan was also pregnant with a second child. 2 of the women selected in the last draft are also pregnant. This year, Wu Qingqing had a bumper harvest and won prizes frequently. In just 4 years, there are already 8. Thinking of this, Wu Qingqing had a headache. He was worried. Then over 20 years, he will be considered incomplete. Their children. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 737 chapters. Da Hua children. Zoo power is not only animals, but also other entertainment props, more like a playground. Next to the garden side, have refined the trampoline. Climb Wu Mounds took the lead. Wanton Sawan above. There is also a place full of pond small ball, but also the youngest child of love. Slides, seesaws, swings and other novelties with little technical content are also available. Let alone children. When there are no eunuchs in charge, those palace ladies also like to have fun. After visiting the zoo, Wu Qingqing's family came to the screening hall. This is a newly built palace dedicated to showing cartoons. With current technology, art, animation is actually very difficult to get. However, the storm is difficult and is often linked to money. As long as willing to spend money, there is no difficulty in this world. Too many things. The current system, an important reason for the development of a cartoon about paper quality, is not good enough. Easy to damage. The screening process. As long as willing to spend money, the problem is solved. The painting will be on the cloth. This is very extravagant, an animation of Journey to the West, and the canvas used in it cannot fit in the entire projection room. When Tong has to offer when put to the palace, Wu Qingqing could not help but criticized his 3 cartoon, blame him too wasted. This animation technology does not have much effect on people's livelihood. You can slowly improve the technology without being so anxious. Of course, he still accepts these cartoons. They can't be wasted. 3 cartoons, one of which is Journey to the West, for the Prince and the Prince. There is also a feature film, an animated version of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. This is used to show foreign countries, let those barbarians see the magic of Dao, and at the same time promote Chinese culture. Tong, there is very thoughtful consideration. So Wu Qingqing just talk about his mouth, and my heart is still very happy. Animation. Wu Qingqing watched a lot in his previous life, such as Journey to the West, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. He vaguely remembered that when he was young, in order not to miss the 5:30 p.m. cartoon, he was more active in the fields than anyone else, just to finish the farm work earlier. In short, cartoons are very harmful to children. In this era, the temptation for adults is actually great. After all, it is novel. Preceding time, Wu Qingqing's special gift of a group of person who has rendered the palace, watched the cartoon 3 Kingdoms. A lot of people are fascinated to see. At the beginning of the animation, a dedicated person is in charge of narration and character dialogue. This difficulty is actually quite high. You need to master the rhythm. Whether it's fast or slow, it will affect the effect. And you also need to have emotions in the recitation, and you also need to make various unique sounds. Not over, as long as willing to spend money. Hard thing. There are people to learn, to dive. Another big day. Someday people prodigiously talented it. Some people are back life and death cannot recite a text. Some people are able to recite every word. These narrators and voice actors are all talents. Frozen is to turn the silent animation into a sound animation. He had these people. This is probably the world's first voice actors. Of course, the cost of raising these people is not small. Old grandson to go to. Wu Jun was not honest in watching the animation, imitating Monkey King. making a big noise in the theater, and then he was beaten by Luo Minutes. Not before that he cannot beat fear. Luo Minutes was the only one who dared to beat him, and everyone else regarded him as an ancestor. And Luo Minutes beating him was more frightening, and seldom really tried hard, so this guy didn't care at all. The only fear he will. Probably it was only his father Wu Chenking up. Although Wu Chenking never beat him, he was born with fear. When making trouble, he accidentally rolled in front of Wu Chenking, and when he saw the old man, he was honest immediately, and then ran to Luo Minutes and hugged Luo Minutes' thigh. Wu Chenking, seeing some headaches the child does with his proa. Of course, this is also normal. He spends most of his time dealing with official duties, so he doesn't have so much time to cultivate the relationship between father and son. Relative terms, Woonan Johnson and Wu Chenking more intimate, like being hold Wu Chenking. Wu Chenking doubt, maybe his son at the time, virtually will bring an awesome. When facing her daughter, she will bring some kindness. In short, this is a very delicate matter. Wu Chenking just noticed it and didn't go into the study. After watching the cartoon, Wu Chenking went to work on official duties. This time, I spent a long time playing with my children, mainly to cultivate family affection and to avoid the family being too unfamiliar. Bringing children is not his main business after all. Despite the lack of paternal love, the royal children are still very happy in relative terms. Liu family, several 4 to 8-year-olds, is to read and write. Although Wu Chenking set up an aristocratic school, he hoped that high-ranking officials and wealthy people would send their children to teach together and save teachers' resources. However, there are some money people still like to ask the teacher on site, specialized in teaching, own several children. Not over, those in the lower salaries, not high officials, as well as small businessmen, are beginning to send their children to school, intensive classes. No way, teachers who are capable of teaching new knowledge are very scarce, and most people simply can't afford it. Oh, when can I go to the zoo to play? Liu Taiwa Sun Lushi cough inside. Not only Imperial Palace Zoo, Nanjing City also has a zoo and open to the public. It only takes 200 words of tickets to visit once. It is very cheap for the rich and is also a favorite of children. You coffin hard to force more than the prince, not only the lack of father love, but also began to suffer from childhood reading. After all, this is an era when everything is inferior, and only high school books. No theory is the scientific research, or take the imperial examination. We need to suffer from childhood reading. His family need to rely on talent, by an official to maintain wealth. In places such as zoos and amusement parks that are considered to be playthings, they are strictly regulated the number of visits a year. What is worse than him is some middle-class families. The 200 tickets are a bit extravagant for these middle-class families. Children from middle-class families begged hard, and would go there once or twice a year at most. As for the children of the poor, the special sound of selling newspapers on the street still exists today. Although Dowa has launched a postal system, streets are numbered, and newspapers can be delivered directly with dedicated mailboxes. However, the industry of selling newspapers on the street still exists. After all, unless it is a particularly wealthy person who subscribes to multiple newspapers, most people just subscribe to one Dowa daily, or the newspapers they need and like. Whenever the current number does not subscribe to the newspaper on his own, and his own interest in the news, and they had to temporarily buy a copy, the same time, foreign to the people, and ultimately, to buy several newspapers. In the short term, the industry of newsboys on the street will not disappear. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 738 chapters Sech 1. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 739 chapter AIG. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 740 chapter Atlantic military night raid. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 741 chapters. Multi-frustrated. Outside the city, Enkai is still assigning tasks. U100, you bring your people. Go to the southeast, where the walls have collapsed. Traffic shall proceed from there into the city. House State, you bring your people. Go to the northeast, to contain the enemy, and wait for an opportunity to break the city. Enkai arranged a three-way attack plan, leaving all the way for the Chinese army to escape to avoid a deadly battle. The only thing he wants to capital, kill a few Huajun and kill a few less Huajun, for him, very different. The southeast and east are the directions in which he has high hopes. The former is that the city wall has collapsed, and the latter has burst into the city. Before the support of the Chinese army came, the siege began. Although this night attack was not perfect, it was barely half of the success. On the east city wall, the Chinese army was outnumbered and was climbed up by some Western soldiers. Situation has been to a very critical time. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived. Rush over and push the enemy down. The Chinese army had no time to reload and fire the gun slowly, and directly rushed to the bayonet. In such a close range, the killing speed of the bayonet is much higher than that of shooting. Of course, we must risk insurance and more. Fighting with bayonet, although the Chinese army has the advantage, but the advantage is not big. It is unable to sling the enemy. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Chinese army are well aware of the consequences if they don't get the enemy down in time. So at this moment, the fighting power they broke out was quite astonishing. As for Enkai, morale was hit again. Before Huajun sirens, declaring their night attack failed, so their morale dropped once. Now that they have finally climbed up the city wall, the support troops of the Chinese army arrived again, announcing that their plan to quickly take down the city wall was shattered. This is another blow to morale. Morale sounds very mysterious, but it's actually quite important. Just like the fight is more fierce than anyone else, when the strength of the two sides is similar, the comparison is the morale. Soon, relying on high morale, the Chinese army killed the few enemies on the wall and attacked the enemies under the city. The morale of the Great Western Army was low, and it was not resolute enough to attack the city, and there were no people who wanted to continue to rush forward desperately. In other words, during the day, the soldiers from the Darkseid dynasty could definitely take down this city wall. But now, their organization under the city is in chaos, basically by individual soldiers in the idea of self-consciousness in the siege. The generals had almost cannot find their own soldiers. The soldiers could not find their Shangguan. Night attack on this point is not good. Command difficult. The more the mob, the less dare to fight at night. AI department team, although playing a lot of years of war, but its soldiers are basically a mob. Sichuan to rely on the little tray, even 300,000 troops would be maintained. You may want it more difficult. These soldiers do not usually train at all, so as to save energy and food expenses. Jiang Xian's Hong also knows that soldiers are expensive but not many, but he has no way to disarm. This is the life gate of the warlord. Jiang Xian's Hong's subordinates' power comes from soldiers, so they will desperately maintain the number of their subordinates, hoping that the opponent will be laid off. He cut their soldiers, would be tantamount to cutting their rights. They cannot agree. Jiang Xian's Hong must not be able to support such a large number of troops, so they can only solve part of it by themselves. So he who can only scourge the people, regardless of future production, only the immediate plunder. After such a vicious circle, there is no need for the Chinese army to attack. Jiang Xian's Hong will maintain it for 2 or 3 years at most, and their forces will have problems within themselves. The Huajun just relied on its strength and waited lazily. The sooner you enter Sichuan, the more people can be rescued. The Great Western Army was pushed down the city wall and did not stop an effective counterattack for a while. And this basically declared that the Great Western Army had no chance. After the Huajun gained a firm foothold on the city wall, it immediately began to build a line of defense. 2 machine guns, a good layout, and then began to place the city under fire. There were fire. Suddenly, the Great Western Army suffered, and the city screamed continuously. That is to say, The situation of the battle cannot be seen clearly in the dark, otherwise, they will collapse at this time. Their situation is also very bad now. Some clever soldiers estimated the battle situation from the screams, and then began to run away in the chaos. At night, it's quite convenient to escape southeast. Although the city wall here has collapsed and has not had time to repair it, because of the distance, the reinforcements of the Chinese army arrived before the Great Western Army arrived and built a line of defense on the ruins. After the Great Western Army arrived, without stopping, it launched a general offensive. Then, the gunfire of the Huajun sounded. His grandma, "Why are there so many people?" Liu Bei cursed, facing the army who was already prepared. The frontal attack was really terrible. But Liu Bei had no other way. At this time, there was no other way than to break through the line of defense of the Chinese army with bravery. Go in, all officials will be promoted to the 3rd level, and unlimited robbery for 3 days. Liu Bei shouted. The so-called unlimited robbery, meaning that the city, you can easily murder, robbery, can last for 3 days. Jiang Xian's Hong's battle basically relied on this to boost morale. His men, soldiers and bandits have been no distinction of any kind, even more abhorrent than some bandits. The bandits will not rob and kill all at once. They all know that they have to give others a way to survive so that they can continue to live and continue to produce. In this way, you will only grab it next time you come. This is not the case with the Great Western Army, which is only off transaction. Due to their previous fled when the capture of a place, restrain, no need to take the road of sustainable development. Having developed this habit, they now have a territory, and they still have this style. Hearing Liu Bei promise, the morale of the Western Army increased a little. Especially not for those in which the soldier of fortune, it is excited eyes shine. For these people who have lost their humanity, massacre and robbery are the happiest things. Unfortunately, this little bit of morale is not enough to change the comparison of strength between the two sides on the battlefield. Under the Chinese army's machine guns, the Great Western Army's charging method without looking for cover really killed as many as they could. Even relying on the number of people, they rushed to the Huajun abruptly. But this is a spent force, can be rushed to the person in front of Huajun, has been less than Liu Cheng. After another wave of grenade bombing by the Chinese army, there are only a handful of people who can rush to the ruins and meet the Chinese army. Such a heavy death injury, let the rest of the Atlantic military collapse in despair. He had the way to the fierce, lost too fast. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 742. Chapter completely crippled. From the rear, N became more and more anxious. The longer the delay, the more disadvantaged it is for him. The offense has been more than half an hour, and there is no good news from the front. This is a big bad news, which means that the offense is not strong. The army, we lost the battle, the enemy fire was too fierce. Brothers' attack does not go up. Not too long, Aod first received the news of retreat west. Immediately afterwards, reports came from the southeast and northeast, all of which were bad news. Be evil, a group of waste. AI can only odd students stuff in us. In addition, he cannot help. He can work out the night plan of attack, basically completed his task. Now that the night attack has failed, the people under him are too weak to blame. At least, N felt so. The army, weak shit, so dawn and then withdraw even more difficult. His subordinates persuaded Su Vi Howl Yu Pak in their states, so that they Shalong team, returned to the collection point of the mountains. AI cannot conceited odd to go into battle. By now, everyone knows that, I want to take Yiling has been out of the question. Continuing to push hard is just to die. What's more, he had now determined to die even war. Soldiers cannot even organize a following. Thousands of people in night after between chaos want to reorganize themselves. This was a myth. The Great Western Army began to retreat, and this was not an easy task, because as command liaison difficult, many soldiers do not even know the army has already begun to retreat. And some soldiers know the Great Army in retreat, but do not know where to withdraw. thus lost its way. Some soldiers simply didn't want to follow Ainengkai anymore, and chose to run away in the chaos. Also lost to Huajun not chasing out, otherwise, they would instantly collapse of the entire unit. City walls, although Deng Ming wanted to chase out, but he was also afraid of the meter. Thinking of what he had done before, Deng Ming broke into a cold sweat on his back. This time, if it weren't for Yang Yiking's proper arrangements, Yiling would really have been attacked by the enemy. This consequence is really terrible. Therefore, at this moment, Deng Ming chose to focus on Yang Yiking, instead of making his own way, in order to release his goodwill, so as not to make a small report by Yang Yiking. Deng Ming is dominated by Yang Yiking, and Yang Yiking likes to be safe, so naturally he will not pursue it. In Yang Yiking's view, even if it is chasing it out, it doesn't make much sense to get more results. He who are not armies, not their task to destroy the enemy. Moreover, only annihilating hundreds of thousands of enemies will not affect the overall situation at all. Once Yiling is lost, it will affect the overall situation. For them, holding Yiling steadily is more important than destroying the enemy. Therefore, even if he knew that the enemy was really defeated rather than deceived, Yang Yiking still did not choose to pursue it. Yang Yiking asked his subordinates to remain vigilant and did not start cleaning the battlefield until dawn. Evening watching not see, Huajun do not know how last night's fighting. But after dawn, seeing the corpse under the city, several recruits immediately vomited. It was too tragic. The city was densely packed with dead bodies. It's not that the enemy has died a lot, and many more battles have died. The main reason is that these corpses are more concentrated and piled together, giving people a more violent visual impact. After counting, they killed more than 4,000 enemies last night. This figure is quite exaggerated, and the Huajun didn't know how he killed so many people. Anyway, he who is to keep moving fire shot, and the next city to throw grenades. The same time they do not know why so fierce Atlantic army, more than 4,000 people dead collapse. This really wasn't because the Great Western Army was fierce, but when the Great Western Army was attacking the city, he didn't know his own losses had been so great. The Great Western Army died more than 4,000, while the Chinese army only killed more than 200 people. The main reason was that a group of people died in hand-to-hand combat when the enemy was driven off the city wall. Excluding this group of people, in fact the losses of the Chinese army were extremely low, and the battle damage ratio was enough to make the Great Western Army desperate. The difference in weapons, coupled with the pros and cons of offense and defense, makes the battle losses of the two sides very different. In the mountains, in the camp of the Western Army, Ainin also counted the number of people after dawn, and the result made him a little bit unbelievable. 20,000 people. Success came back. It has been just more than 4,000 people. For the remaining 15,000 people, Ainin didn't know how many died, how many lost, and how many escaped. But this is not important. Anyway, no matter how those people disappear, they cannot change the fact that the remaining 4,000 people, his army was declared abolished. Not to mention going to attack Yiling. Now it is not necessary for them to fight a bandit cottage, because the morale of the whole army has fallen to the bottom. Attention must be paid at all times. As long as there is any negligence, there will be soldiers running away quietly. When escaping, he would also walk one or two weapons along, causing Ainin to vomit blood. He whose real soldiers do not care how, after all, no shortage of Atlantic military people. However, he had short arms that way. He had some soldiers, even an iron tool at all. It would be too bad for the deserter to go along with some weapons. The army, we returned to Chongqing, and King convergence of it. Liu Baikan said he had now become alone. Here is not the answer. Now that's the only thing that can happen. Aiod sighed. He is currently their talents and Yuob two battles, but Aiod but have a deep sense of powerlessness. Before he had to fight government troops and the Ming dynasty, although a disadvantage, even as Yuo Liang could expel them fled east-west channeling. However, he had never despaired, because as they are aware, they play Zuo Liang also very carefully. Once Zuo Liang makes some mistakes, they also have the hope of defeating them. In short, there is still a fight. However, when fighting the Chinese army, Anan felt like there was nowhere to do it. When the Huami fought for time, he clearly had 20,000 troops under him, and he still had the advantage of defending the city. However, the final result was that he had to take the initiative to retreat and abandon the city. And this time, he has successfully touched the city. No matter how you look at it, the previous method of this night attack was successful. However, most end result is, he had to retreat again. Anan couldn't figure out why this happened, so he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Although it was decided to retreat to the 4 games and join the foster father, in fact, Anan was very pessimistic. Due to false thought for a moment he found that even Jiang Xianzong put nearly 300,000 troops to him. He does not know how to use this power to defeat Huajun. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 743 Chapter Bandits. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 744 Chapters Flow Channeling. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 745 Chapters Mob. At the end of September, Jiang Xianzong, a member of the Great Western Army, successfully arrived in Chongqing, and everything seemed to be going well. Arrived Zongqing, their number of troops has been expanded to 15 million. However, which can be enough to lift people from the weapons, but thousands. Among the veterans with combat experience, there are not even 50,000. The real essence sharp, only those generals' bodyguard. Its number does not exceed 10,000 in total. The Chinese army has already deployed ahead of schedule in Chongqing, with a total of 5,000 main force and more than 7,000 second-line garrisons, with a total strength of more than 12,000. If you recruit young people in the city, you can squeeze out thousands of them. In short, Defender Shi Shuai is confident in defending Chongqing. In his eyes, the Great Western Army is a group of mobs. After the Great Western Army arrived in Chongqing, it did not waste time and immediately launched a siege. In him were behind Tao Dongqing be the main were coming from them. It was 2 or 3 days away. That is to say, they did not take Chongqing within 2 days. Before and after the attack will face is very dangerous. Boss, you take the main force to attack the north, the 6th, you take the young and strong to attack the west, and the 8th, you take the old and weak women and children in the east to contain the enemy's forces. 13. You take people to the riverside to prevent the enemy from escaping. I have not much time, we must take Chongqing in 1 day, otherwise you will be beyond redemption. Therefore, this city must be taken at all costs. Jiang Xianzong arranged the offensive deployment, and ignored the reason of encircling 3 and 1, and directly encircled Chongqing to Tuanshan. He did not want to just win Chongqing. Huajun also want to grab their weapons. Subsequently, the Great Western Army began to take action. Sun Qiang took the main force and launched an offensive from the north. In front of the main coerced some of the young, who are in the Atlantic military swords persecution, began to fill the moat. Open gun. Stone Keep the Industry says without hesitation. The Chinese army had encountered similar situations in the past, but before, the Chinese army chose to let the enemy fill in the moat. However, this does not mean that the Chinese army must do so. In the command code of the Chinese army, there is no explicit stipulation, and it requires the commander's temporary judgment. Stone Keep the Industry for those carrying sandbags of the young is not much mercy, in his view, are forced to such a degree, it should be death competing. I would rather fight for the chance of survival in a lifetime of 9 deaths than resist. This kind of person deserves it if he is dead. Stone and Keep business-minded people. In fact there are many. It's just that you don't usually show it. With the Stone Keep at industry order, Huajun gunfire sounded. There is no proof that protection of the young, one after another fall. Be evil, not to say do not kill people. Huajun it. Swindlers. Hypocritical. I know the official never a good thing. Sun Qiang cursed, filled with righteous indignation. He originally wanted to take advantage of the weakness of the Chinese army to let the people rush forward to attack the city. Unfortunately, the wish is now shattered. With Sun Quang's appearance, the people under his staff did not dare to say anything when they saw it, so they could only complain in their hearts. This son is expected to do more bad things. Huajun is only in pediatrics. Not too long, those responsible for filling the moat of young and refused again came up. In fact, the casualties are too high. If you go there, you will basically kill 30% of the people. Can be enough to go 2 or 3 times in a row before the victim dies. It is God bless. Face of such a high mortality rate, those young and did not dare to go. Kill me, kill all those who don't go. Leave none of them, Sun Quang ordered. It's impossible for a gangster to have a human nature. For things like this, Sun Quang did not even remember the number of times he himself did it. Sun is expected to begin immediate bodyguard warning to others, those who refused to forward the young and launched a massacre to kill. However, even so, there are still a large number of young men who refuse to go, preferring to be hacked to death by the Great Western Army's broadsword. After all, this can still be a happy death. If he is shot by a bullet from the Chinese army, he will suffer some torture before he dies. City walls. Stone entrepreneurial watching this scene and shook his head. These are ordinary people, living in this world purely by instinct. Heroes are a minority after all, and this mob is the mainstream. The army, which continues not to kill it, then kill the people will not. Sun Quang's subordinates persuaded. Before, when he had to kill a few people, other people will be able to act as a deterrent effect. But now, they have killed hundreds of people in a row, but they have not been able to frighten those people. Since he had refused to fill the moat, then they did not have them, and what is the difference? Continue to kill, kill up, Sun Quang said. The army, or we arrange for someone to do something like shield points to them, let them a little psychological comfort. The subordinates continued to make suggestions. People, as long as there is a little hope, they will not choose to give up. Give those young and strong a shield so that they can see a little hope of survival, and they will be able to take action. Well, it works. Of course, Sun Quang also hoped that those people could die on the way to fill the river, instead of killing them in vain. Later, the Great Western Army took out some shields, some wheelbarrows and other tools to facilitate those young and strong to fill the moat. Sure enough, after having these things, a large number of young men chose to go on the road again, to fight for that little bit of hope. Stone Keep the Industry looked and shook his head. He could not bear to continue to kill some of these poor people. If there is a choice, he will definitely give up killing. However, wreaking for them too important to be lost. More importantly, if they retreat this time, the Great Western Army will even use the common people to lead the battle. This will instead harm the common people who were encumbered by the Great Western Army. In short, after weighing the pros and cons, Shi Shuai did not stop the killing of his subordinates. Those young men carrying sandbags and holding shields cried forward. It is too difficult to live. Something real proof that those shield under the new rifle Huajun, equivalent to a piece of scrap paper. After filling a few times, those of the young once again refused absolutely forward. He who has eyes to see the kind of horrors, and knew the shield is useless. Damn it, another group of people. Continue. Sun Quang cursed. These people, who have been completely scared, can't use them anymore. They can only transfer new youths. When other people saw this situation, they were scared in their hearts. Even a moat is so difficult to handle. Wouldn't the next siege mean more deaths? Thinking of this, the soldiers' legs were shaking. After all, at the siege stage, they have to rush forward. It is impossible to rely on young men to siege the city. These soldiers began to expect the moat to fill up unevenly so that they would not have to attack the city. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 746 chapters. Attack does not move. Also responsible for the generals on both sides of the walls is not so brutal. Sun is expected to kill some cannon fodder after still not achieve results. He had to give up altogether. Anyway, He had it in charge of the soldiers on both sides just to contain Huajun, so Huajun cannot put all the troops are put to the north. The main attack point of the Great Western Army is the north. If the main force in the north cannot attack, let alone the mobs in other places. To the north, after Sun Quan exchanged several batches of cannon fodder, he finally filled in a few sections of the moat, barely enough for the siege troops to pass. But it has a great risk. Once the unfavorable siege troops need to retreat and they will stampede accident occurred. Sun Quan ignored this and didn't care about it. He really can't help it. Filling in this little moat has already consumed more than half of those cannon fodder. Continue to force the cannon fodder to fill it, and the cannon fodder may resist desperately. Who wants to take the lead? Sun Quan looked at the generals. No one answered below. Everyone knows that the city of the Chinese army is not easy to fight. The one who rushed forward was definitely a life of 9 deaths. Liang, the army you first. General Huo then did not take charge of moving King's Sun is expected to be arranged directly. He was named Liang Big Heartbreak Curse, but did not dare oppose, or else he may now be killed. Even if you want to defect, you have to find opportunities. In desperation, Liang Cheng arranged more than 3,000 of his own to attack the city. My lord, this battle can't be fought. Just like us, we are basically dead when we rush under the wall. Not to mention climbing up the wall. It's hard to touch the side of the wall. Liang Cheng has a sensible person, and he can see at a glance that the Chinese army's firepower is too fierce, and the strength gap between the two sides can be clearly seen. Then what do you say? Or you go kill Sun Quan, and then we run away? Liang Cheng vomited. How can he taste to not know if this fight cannot play? But a lot of things that you knew not, but there is no way to change. Liang say so outrageous of words. Those people did not surprise color. He had to go though. Sun is expected to jurisdiction, but not the Sun is expected of people. Sun Quan never gave them military pay, but relied on them to plunder. Moreover, part of the plundered property is often handed in. So, he had the Sun is expected to be no loyalty and goodwill. The understanding person obviously didn't dare to kill Sun Quan, so he could only obediently command his subordinates to start charging. These guys, the tactical thinking is still in the cold weapon period. City walls, a few generals Huajun Tukao Road. During the cold weapon period, even if it cannot be attacked at one time, this kind of offense can consume the defender's garrison materials, as well as the defender's physical strength and energy. Picked up the stone head hit people, but also a waste of effort. Taking advantage of the strength of the troops, continuously attacking, draining the stamina and energy of the defending army, and then conquering the city in one burst is an important method of siege in the cold weapon period. But now, the times are different. Former city wall put a few thousand at most a great stone, and now, Huajun put tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition do not account for any space. It is a joke to consume the Chinese army's garrison supplies. As for consumption defensive strength of the military, this is wishful thinking. Continuous shooting is certainly costly, but it is much less costly than taking a stone and hitting a person. Expect guarded military to consume exhausted, dead-on tens of thousands of people simply cannot do, and such casualties, the military Anishi absolutely cannot afford. The time, who is who consume, that would be hard to say. In short, in the era of thermal weapons, it is best to attack the city at once as much as possible. Refueling tactics is definitely not enough. Even if it is consumed, it is not consumed in this way. The Great Western Army came quickly and retreated quickly. Have not rushed to the walls, they threw a bunch of dead bodies and then run away. Did not cause any depletion to the Huajun. The rear of the Sun is expected to air half to death. My lord, you can't fight like this. No matter how many people are hitting like this, it won't be enough to die. Other subordinates persuaded that they didn't want to let their hands go to death. After all, these subordinates were their power. Once no more men, He had this kind Gwinganseling may no price worth it. Did the Chinese army put all its troops to the north? There are at least 3 or 4,000 people in this firepower. They did not arrange for defense in the east and west. Sun Qiang found something wrong. After that, he immediately sent people to inquire about the situation in the east and west, preparing to change the direction of attack. Attack hit at Huajun Week, or the opportunity to go to the city walls. However, not too long, east to west, and his feedback is, there are also many Huajun stationed. Could it be that there are more than 4,000 defenders in Chongqing, and the intelligence is wrong? Sun Qiang reported the situation, and Jiang Xian's Hong was choked up. Intelligence report an error. This is not a small problem. Wrong intelligence will cause them to make wrong decisions. Even, he still needs to think a little further, why the intelligence will be wrong. Why is there so many defenders in Chongqing? No matter how kind, a short time to win Chongqing has no hope. We turn as soon as possible to other places, to prevent Huajun to catch up, Sun Qiang said. After seeing the Chinese army's ability to defend the city, he no longer mentioned the attack on Chongqing. Where should I go? I don't have much food now. I have to capture 1 or 2 big cities to supplement my food. Jiang Xian's Hong said that for 100,000 of them, they eat tens of thousands of catties a day, which consumes a lot of money. Previously he had some small town all the way to attack, rob some small towns, it seized far less than consumption. This is also the reason why Jiang Xian's Hong wants to take down Chongqing. He needs materials from the city. Jiang Xian's Hong's question once again silenced the generals. He had run away when, in order to reduce the burden, and what not to bring civil officials, so that now the Atlantic Army, one can come up with ideas of people do not. Why don't you throw away those old and weak? It's a burden to carry those people. Another son of Jiang Xian's Hong suggested. However, his words were ignored by everyone. These people also want to throw away the old and the weak, but then there is no way to threaten the young and strong. First let the West moat filled, tomorrow to try another direction. Gentlemen, this war off the survival of our military. We must win at all costs to Chongqing. Those who fear war is not the former. Cut. Jiang Xian's Hong finally made the decision. He still wanted to take a risk. After all, he was a person who pursued him and didn't want to wander forever. Scored Zongqing, captured advanced weapons, and then attack the central plains. Maybe there is a hint of a comeback opportunity. Of course, this was just his idea. Many of his subordinates thought that Jiang Xian's Hong was crazy. Hi Huan Ming, I made aircraft carrier please collection. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 747 chapters Haru Yang Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 748 chapters Ampas. The recruitment and surrender of hundreds of thousands of people is no easier than defeating these hundreds of thousands. While cleaning up the mess here, the Chinese army dispatched elite troops to continue chasing Jiang Xian's Hong. The 5,000 people led by Jiang Xian's Hong were the absolute elite of the Great Western Army. Not only loaded prepare some flintlock, also equipped with a large number of grenades. The same time, it is also a muscle soldiers. Unlike those rabble abandoned, one thin, like skin and bones. These soldiers, Jiang Xian's Hong has always been raising wine and meat. The physical strength of these people is not much worse than that of the Chinese army, and the Chinese army can hardly catch up for a while. Fortunately, Tao Dong already well into the arrangement foolproof. Chang Xianch hung on the escape route, the arrangement of the soldiers to intercept. There is a regiment responsible for intercepting. More than 1,200 people, occupying a mountain pass. Jiang Xian's Hong either rushed hard, or took a detour for more than 30 miles. If you choose a detour, 100% will be overtaken by the Chinese army. Therefore, Jiang Xian's Hong has no choice. Be evil, your boss with 1,000 people in my behind their defense arrangement, I punch hard with the rest of the people. When Jiang Xian's Hong spoke, there was already a trace of panic. Everyone knows that they have reached an extremely critical moment at this moment. It can be enough to break through the interception Huajun, a hint of a chance of survival. If you can't make it through, then it's completely useless. Foster father rest assured, I will stop the enemy. Sun Quan gritted his teeth. He then were divided into two parts. The son is expected to be arranged behind the line of defense against Huajun chase. And Jiang Xianzhong personally went into battle and attacked the mountain pass where the Chinese army was stationed. Brothers, how do my 8th kings treat you normally? Jiang Xianzhong asked. King treated me were as close as father. The following people stand hoarse shouting. Nor can it be said that these people are stupid and loyal. Jiang Xianzhong is inhumane like a devil to others, but it is indeed very good to them. He had them, thinking highly of people reach a certain degree. Chang Xiansheng is naturally not feel bad. Everyone before suffer too hungry. Too cool to want to continue to live chic day. Now follow me. Rushed together very powerful enemy. We must have the chance to win life to fight it. You afraid of? Not afraid? Well, I deserve to be Jiang Xianzhong's soldier. Kill me. Jiang Xianzhong shouted, and then took the lead to charge. Of course, his body side, all around the bodyguard protection. But this is actually quite dangerous. If you are unlucky, you may still be shot by a bullet. Now, Jiang Xianzhong can't manage that much. Kill. These people exploded with high morale and rushed towards the mountain pass where the Chinese army was stationed. Open gun, blocking, must not be allowed to put an enemy in the past. As long as we block them, Chang Xiansheng is a rat in a hole. Ding Yong, the commander of the Chinese army who was stationed here, shouted, with a cold sweat on his forehead. He saw the madness of the enemy. This kind of enemy who has fallen into madness can ignore the casualties, desperate, and it is very scary. Gunshots sounded, and the Great Western Army continued to fall. However, this could not stop the Great Western Army's footsteps. Just over 200 meters from the two sides, under running at full speed, which is not much time practical. The Chinese army had only time to fire the gun, and the Western army rushed in front of them. Then, keep at the forefront of the line of people caught up in the melee, aimed at the people behind the shooting to kill. Ding Yong ordered. Currently able to reach rushed to the front of the Atlantic military melee Huajun even less. Do not worry too much. As long as the follow-up troops of the Great Western Army are killed, they will still be able to hold on. Let the gun team shoot back. Let the front throw grenade and attack indiscriminately. Jiang Xianzhong is also directing the so-called non-discriminatory, that is, never mind allies, as long as there is an enemy of the place. It's hard to throw bombs. As for accidental injury, this doesn't matter. Anyway, he had many people, can be achieved as long as one-to-one exchange. They will not lose. This practice will definitely cause the soldiers to feel chill after the fact. However, the effect at this moment is really good. A large number of grenade bomb thrown into the melee of the place. The people on both sides were blown up off their feet. Then, the Great Western Army continued to advance by relying on a steady stream of troops. Damn, these people are so cruel. Ding Yong cursed, while he was still yelling, do-nt retreat. Those who fear war will kill you without mercy. Raise the soldiers for 1,000 days, spend a while, for your family, give me a stronghold. When meeting on a narrow road, the brave wins, but Ding Yong dare not let his subordinates take a step back. Although, they are fighting and retreating at this time, and they will not be so dangerous if they wait for the wild force of the Great Western Army to fight again. However, this retreat is likely to lead to defeat. Ding Yong didn't dare to bear such consequences, so he could only fill it with human lives. When the soldiers of the Chinese army heard the order, they frightened and fought back. He had also afraid of death, but did not dare to retreat. After all, the military laws of the army are quite strict. If the escapee is dead, then the head must be beheaded absolutely, and there is no room for it. Furthermore, the escape cut head and died on the front. The family will not be treated very poor. Those who escaped were cut soldiers home, not only failed pension, but also the people around them looked down upon. And the families of those soldiers who died in the battle not only received expensive pensions, but also received commendations from glorious families, and could be respected by others in the local area. Therefore, before the soldiers enlisted in the army, their family members will vaguely express that they hope they will not be deserters. There are rewards and punishments, and such a clear contrast has caused Chinese soldiers to seldom run away when facing danger. The soldiers of the Chinese army were rushed in front of the enemy by the enemy, and then started hand-to-hand combat. Some soldiers will throw out grenades with the last bit of strength after being hit by the knife. This is not to say that they have a high level of consciousness, but that they have accepted their fate. The two sides launched an extremely tragic battle at this mountain pass, and neither side flinched. In this case, Jiang Xian's Hong had a numbscalp. This is also time that he has faced the Chinese army head-on. The Chinese army's fighting will is far beyond his imagination. Whenever there are other options, Jiang Xian's Hong will shrink back and not fight those lunatics. Regrettably, he has no choice now. If he can't rush over, he will die. Let me continue Trush. Life and death will have fate and wealth in the sky. Jiang Xian's Hong rushed out himself, rushing to the forefront. Many times he hid in the protection bodyguard. However, this is not to say that he is afraid of death. Without a bit of courage and responsibility, it is impossible for him to be in his position today. Therefore, when it came time for him to work hard, he didn't urge at all, and rushed directly to the forefront. Kill. Others saw the main commander is not terrible, and they are more no reason to fear death. At this moment, the fighting will erupted by the Great Western Army was simply unparalleled. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 749 Chapter Preliminary System. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 750 Chapter 5 Military. Nanjing, Wu Qingqing system in view of the time, noticed his land area increased by 50 million square kilometers, will know Anishi political rights were eliminated. Then, he began to study the issue of meritorious steeds and the division of military regions across the country. He had been preparing for the division of military districts before. Only wait for Sichuan to recover before it can be officially promulgated. Wu Qingqing plan. The country will be divided into 5 military and convenient command, colonize remote areas. Points notably the Northeast Military Region, Northwest District, the Central Military District, the Western Military Region, the South Military District. Among them, the Northeast Military Region is responsible for the areas outside the customs and the Korean Peninsula, while the Northwest Military Region is responsible for parts of Shaanxi, and Mongolia. The Central Military Region is the largest, administering Hebei, Shandong, Central Plains, Jiangnan and Huguang areas. These are extremely traffic-convenient place. Troops can quickly put. The Southern Military Region includes Fujian, Guangdong, Guangxi, Guizhou and Yunnan. The Western Military Region is responsible for the Sichuan and Chongqing area. In the plan, the Wu Qingqing will retain 30 main divisions, a total of 40 million people, places and keep backup force 30 million. There are 30 main divisions, and the Central Army has 10 divisions. This is the core part of Dowa. Only the Northeast Military Region 3 teacher. After all, the basically has no powerful enemies, just to maintain under the rule, and preparedness under Tsarist Russia. This Tsarist Russia, in Europe it very arrogant when, in East Asia, only an expeditionary force. The strength is weak. The 3 main divisions, coupled with some local troops, are enough to deter any Xiao. Northwest Military Area Command was assigned to Forge Division. They need to control territory, though small, but in the future they want to raid as Gansu, Mongolia Junggar, and Yarkand Khanate. These 4 divisions were placed here to allow them to adapt to the environment in the northwest in advance. In the future, they will not be defeated by the environment and climate. Western military arranged a 5 division, both to bandits, The second is for the future raiders Tibetan areas. Southern Military Region was arranged 6th Division, is the future for the raiders Southeast Asia. There are also 2 divisions placed in Fuzhang, in order to attack Fuzhang in the future. There are no enemies around the Central Military Region. Instead, it is the most 10 divisions he had to prepare. It is several other military. In places far away from the central government, it is easy to deceive the top and the bottom, and the chance of rebellion is greater. In case that this happens, the Central Army will be able rushed out. The forces of the Central Military Region were again being watched by the Janissaries. Vanguards is an enhanced division, troops of up to 20,000. If the Central Army rebels, Nanjing can at least defend it for a month or 2. By then, the troops of other military regions can also rush to King Kin, and the Navy will have enough time to rescue it. Of course, these are actually redundant constraints. The possibility of the military rebelling against Wu Chengqing is too small as Wu Chengqing being struck by lightning. October 10th, the celebration was held in Nanjing. Millions of people took to the streets mad joy. Hundreds of thousands of people pushed to the central square. Visits the celebration. Is Wu Chengqing announced a unified world, followed by rights of people to have read and Wu Chengqing Huajun achievements. After that, the generals are most concerned about is the award Hun ceremony. Li Xiaobin, Ambrose III, Wang Daong recent 3 no troops go to war, that is what they merit no recent legislation. However, when this kind of rewarding officials, they can't be forgotten. After all, the 3 of them are old, and they have given some symbolic meaning to them. If you don't give them a mention, how can the juniors below dare to accept the reward and sit on an equal footing with the 3 of them? For regardless of the income to buy the people, or for other purposes, in short, Wu Chengqing cannot forget the 3 first started to follow his veteran. Previously he had been from 3 district commander of a product. This time, Wu Chengqing put them all in order to enhance the commander-in-chief is a product of. Logically to say, there is only 1 commander-in-chief. So, he had 3 commander-in-chief, in fact just 2 honorary office, and no specific practices. He had an actual job, in fact, has become a strategic consultant at it. Real is to raise them up and let them do the work, do a study like. In short, there is no need to bother the 3 of them with the matter of leading soldiers. In addition to the promotion in their positions, in terms of military rank, they were also promoted to marshals, and they were still marshals with titles. Points notably Zhong Yi Marshal, gallant and loyal Marshal Jing, enjoyed the super product treatment. On the whole, it was similar to the 3 gongs and 3 loneliness among the civil servants. It was an honorary title and had no real power. In the title, he had 3 also raised to duke, hereditary indiscriminately. Wu Chengqing ultimately did not champion, but duke is also good. At least Li Xiaobin few of them are very satisfied. He who is now really done under 1 person, people above no theory is still sealed champion duke. In fact, the differences are not large. After sealing these 3 symbolic veterans, the next thing is the highlight. Of the 5 military regions, there are naturally 5 military region commanders. These 5 people are Tao Dongqing, Tang Yuozhen, Xgairan, Dongtan Bao, and Xungrulan. Among the 5, 4 are not controversial, and they are all veterans. As for Xungrulan, it is more or less like a general from being a dwarf. Not electing Xungrulan, electing others is still controversial. Prestige of others, some are more or less not enough. Wu Chengqing Xungrulan tactical study to see more prominent, let him be commander of the Northeast Military Region. The Northeast Military Region is the least important one, and the highest is naturally the Central Military Region. This position eventually fell into the hands of Xgairan. Of course, this is both good and bad for Xgairan. The commander of the Central Military Region must have much less autonomy than the other commanders, and Wu Chengqing will directly intervene in many affairs. As for the emperor, Wu Chengqing, how could rest assured that the 10 divisions directly to someone? If the commander of the Central Military Region rebelled, wouldn't it be terrible? These are the 5 people with the highest real power in the army. Of course, Wu Chengqing from the Navy has not forgotten. See military aspect, Wu Yi also placed in the behind the scenes, enjoy half a grade lower than Li Xiaobin them, more than half Tao Dongqing high level of treatment. However, Liu Wanghai and Bai Banian were in the same class as Shikan and Tao Dongqing. The two of them were in charge of a fleet, and their status was half a level lower than that of Tao Dongqing and others. Not over, as the center of the war shifted overseas, their status will soon catch up with Tao Dongqing et al. The current navy is much smaller than the army, but in the near future, the number of big men in the navy will definitely exceed that of the army. To capture the world, if 2 fleets are enough, at least 20 will start. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed.